Yes, we're at it.
Okay. What team did Arsene Wenger join Arsenal from?
Monaco.
No. Who was Mikel Arteta's first signing as Arsenal manager?
Cedric Suarez.
No. Who scored the winner for Arsenal v Chelsea in the 2017 FA Cup final?
Aaron Ramsey.
Name the Arsenal midfield legend that was signed from AC Milan in '95.
Petit.
No, you're having a nightmare. Arsenal have had Arsenal have had 5 shared sponsors in their history. Name 4 of them.
JVC, Fly Emirates, JVC. Pass.
Dennis Bergkamp and Ian Wright scored a combined total of how many Arsenal goals? That's a hard one, that. 275, 305 or 335?
335.
No. Arsenal failed to defeat which 2 sides in the Premier League during 03-04 Invincible season?
United and Liverpool.
United and Portsmouth. Who scored the last goal at Highbury?
Henry.
Yes. Which Arsenal midfielder was known as the Romford Pele?
Ray Parlour.
How many Arsenal fans, what was Per Mertesacker's nickname?
BFG.
Yeah. Which Chilean international scored 80 goals for Arsenal?
Sanchez.
Tony Adams scored the 4th goal of the final home game of the 98 title winning season against who?
Spurs.
You don't remember the Tony Adams goal?
I was 2.
Oh. Arsenal were the first team to win both the League Cup and FA Cup in the same season. Who did they beat in that final?
You repeat the question, sorry.
I've started, so
He needs it.
I can't hear it.
He needs it.
Arsenal were the first team to win both the League Cup and FA Cup in the same season. Which side did they beat in both finals? Are you winding me up this?
If I answer it, can I take a point off him? Sheffield Wednesday.
Yes.
I was born in 97. I don't know half of these.
It was Everton as well.
I was born in 03.
Yeah.
And Wenger was
5.
Wenger was a Japanese
5,
team.
4.
There's Grand Passate.
Nah, they were tough.
the one.
Them were tough to do that.
4.
Rocher and you're buzzing there. I understand it's the
But we've got Super Mick Arteta. Tell me, how do I have his babies?
We are exactly what we do.
Roberto Di Matteo, mate.
Lee, Arteta out.
Hello everyone, it's Friday. We've made it to the end of the week, which means of course we have got the call-in show, and joined I have 2 IQ unable to be beaten. We've got Lawrence, we've got Jezza. Come on, we've got the Godfather in the building. Big up to you, man. Thank you very much, every single one of you. The chat, big up to yourselves. World class every single time. Let's just get that absolutely right. The link will be made and I will be posting it very, 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 very soon. So you'll have to be a little bit patient. But first off, we're just going to go around and see how everyone's week's been, how everyone's Friday's been. Lawrence, how you doing, my brother? Bit funny over there in Los Angeles, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just crazy. I mean, it's just crazy what's going on outside. You know, there's a dusk to dawn curfew. You know, if you're outside after 8 o'clock in the evening, you're going to get nipped. Trump is clamping down on immigration, you know, and he's got the people from ICE and the National Guard and the Marines helping the old bill in getting the illegal immigrants kicked out of the country. And it's obviously upsetting the locals who are now taking to the streets, setting bonfires, setting cars on fire and looting. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's madness over there, isn't it? Really, to be fair, I don't really know what the crack is over at LA, but Jezza, I'm the only one in the UK. You're in Vive la France. How's it been, my friend? How's your Friday been, brother?
Very hot. 34 today. Proper hot, man. Proper hot. I'm not a sun worshipper myself, but yeah, it's a different heat here though. It's like a very dry heat. Not like the UK where you get really silly high temperatures and it's like muggy and horrible. No, we're having a great time, man. Having a great time. Yeah, wonderful. Loving it.
No, that's buzzing. Do you know what? That's been the nice thing about it. Do you know what I mean? Whether you're stuck in the UK like me, even though it's been an absolute belter of a day here, by the way, we're not been thinking about Arsenal, but we kind of got to talk about Arsenal, and that's the sort of subject that I want to start on. And guess what? It's a copy and paste of last Friday. It's only the 13th of June. Calm down, everyone. Calm down, everyone. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths. We'll talk each other through it. Calma, 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 calma. It's only the 13th of June. Okay, cool. Not only the 13th of June for Manchester City, though, is it? Who's made 5 major signings, or 4, and nearly 5. Not the 13th of June for Liverpool, though, is it? Premier League champions, by the way, defending champions. Just spent 120 million on Berts. Not the 13th of June for them, is it? Not the 13th of June for them, is it? They're trying to climb for new dizzy heights, even though they're on the top of the summit at the minute. But Arsenal Football Club, here we go. We're being left behind yet again. And we're going to keep doing this time and time and time again. Every single Friday, we're going to make the same joke. Because this is the problem with this fan base, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. This is the major, major, major problem with this fan base. We're like, oh, yeah, but there's plenty of time left. Okay, well, why is everyone else doing it? Why is everyone else getting their business done? Why are we not? Why are we being left behind, people? For me, am frustrated, and I've just come off of a stream. To be fair, it was a mustard stream. I was on with Deluded Gooner, Afro Gooner, and I can't think what the other gentleman's name was. All well and good, but we're talking about football. We're talking about this and all of that, and it shows to me the levels that this fan base are at. People, they're not at the standards that we need to sustain pressure onto the Cronkies, onto the manager, to actually get a winning football club. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are not a winning football club. We are not winning football club. All we ask for, we're not going into meltdown. We're not going into crisis. No one's crying. No one's losing hairs. All we're saying is we've heard this record. We've watched this DVD. It's span around in that little Ray player and it's scratched to pieces. We've read this book. All the pages are sticky. We're fed up of it. We've seen this time and time and time and time again. We're going off of history. And guess what history has told us? Arsenal starts low in the window. Why? We are here now on the 13th of June and we are still no signing. This is frustrating. It's not panic mode, but it's worrying. Why are we not moving like a big club? Why are Liverpool moving like a big club? Why are Manchester City moving like a big club? Why are we not moving like a big club? That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to throw Jezza straight in on this one, Jez, because we were speaking about this a couple of days ago. I'm very frustrated, as probably are you, my friend. Why are we not moving like a big club? Why is it okay that everyone else gets to do all of their business, gets it all done? We can't. It's the 13th of June, okay. But the 13th very, very quickly turns into the 20th of June. Very quickly turns into the 27th. Very quickly turns into mid-July. Very quickly turns into August, doesn't it, mate?
Are you really that surprised?
No, I'm not even in the slightest. Not even
this is the history of Arsenal, man. With our current management, board, directors, owners, whatever way you want to go, we've been doing this for the last, let's say, 10 years minimum. Yep. I'm not surprised at all. We're not looking as a big club. And I'm not at all surprised, mate. I'm not getting upset about it because this is what I expect from Arsenal. We know what will happen. We know that Man City, Liverpool, Man United, probably Chelsea, they'll get in, get their sights, get their targets, get it done early, get them ready for the new season when they go on loan on tour, and they can, develop with the team, get to know the team, and do all the things that Arsenal should do.
Yep.
But we're not going to do it because we don't do that. What we do is we wait, we bullshit. Grokeres, Sesko, all these names come out. Zupermendi, they all come out the closet, right? Do you remember Julian Draxler?
Yeah, another one that drug. Yeah. I remember Jan and Villa.
Went on for 4 fucking seasons, that one.
Benzema.
Yeah.
Higuain.
All these names, man. And
Sahin.
it doesn't surprise me at all what we're doing, because we're coming into the World Club Cup, whatever you're bleeding bullshit you want to call it, all right? And the excuse narrative will be, oh well, we're reviewing the players at the Club World Cup. All of our scouts. Well, we ain't got any fucking scouts. We sacked them all during COVID, right? So who is our actual scouts then? Who are these people that are going to come back to supposedly Berta and say, I recommend this guy, I recommend that guy. This guy could be a potential. Maybe we'll have a look at him. I don't see that happening at all, because we don't work as a big club. We're a bullshit club. We go along with the narrative. Everybody's happy. Oh well, yeah, okay. Well, we'll wait till after the Club World Cup now, because we're going to look at players, and then we'll do our business. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. That's all we talk at this club. And I'm not at all surprised, Lawrence. Not at all surprised that we are here once again. I never expected us to do any business, if I'm truthful, in this 10-day window. I never thought of it. I knew we wouldn't. And yet there's people putting out bullshit streams on YouTube that, oh, the deal's done with Groceries. Is it bollocks? Is it? We haven't agreed anything. Zupermendi coming for a medical. Bullshit. Bollocks. He said, no, never happening. Not happening. Now, the big answer, the big question is, when the World Cup, Club World Cup is over, that's when we have to start counting the days. That's when we have to say, right, let's see what this club's going to deal. Let's see what this Berta is up to. Let's see what he's about. I've seen people. I watched a bit of your stream earlier, Aaron, on the Deluded Gooner.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not been here long enough yet. Okay, I'll go down the road on that one. I'll go down that road. But after this Club World Cup, I expect him to come out and show what he's got and say, these are our targets. This is who we're in for. We're in for these players. And don't come to me and say, be excited. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit.
Yeah.
All I want to see is in the press, on Sky TV, at London Colony, or the Sobium, what do you want to bloody call it now, and say, right,
Over Realty, yeah.
This is the player. We brought him over. He's now having a medical, and in 3 hours' time, we'll be at the Emirates and we'll announce him. That's all I want to hear.
Yeah, but Jez, this is the problem with these Arsenal fans, though. Yeah. So I trapped a couple of them earlier, and you was watching the stream, and you'd have seen yourself. We've seen Manchester City and we've seen Liverpool. They've made fresh signings and they've got them done and dusted over the line. We've now had our hands in the Cesco. Let's just say we've been trying to work on that deal. Some are saying for 6 months, some are saying for 12 months. Why is it not done yet? Why are we still not even at the bidding phase? Arsenal negotiate via carrier pigeon. It's embarrassing. It's absolutely shocking. What are we doing at this football club? Like, what we're doing? There you go. Put a little scroll on his foot, seal it with a little bit of a wax, and there you go. Off you go. What are we doing here? It's 2025. Why are we still negotiating like it's the Elder Scrolls and things like that? I don't really understand it. We've got Zupermendi, who's apparently already done and dusted. That's had the here we go about 17 times. Why is that still not over the line? I don't understand why people are sitting there and going, oh, yeah, you're just impatient, you're this and all that. You're telling me these deals are done. They ain't done, mate. Why are they not done? We've got the right to ask as fans, as the match day going fans, of whether you're watching it in LA, whether you're watching it in France, how or wherever you're watching it. We've all got the right to ask, why is things not getting done? Now, I was told that Bert was coming in, and I was told that Bert is coming in to do bits. He's moving crazy. He's going to be doing this. What's he doing? Because I haven't seen any change. I'll tell you why I haven't seen any change. Because we are still stumbling over the line for signings. So if we've had all of these deals that have been done and they're they are so far down the line, why has Berta not come in and sewed them up then? Why have we not even bid for Sesko yet? Why is the Zubamendi deal not even at the medical phase? Why is this not happening? I thought Berta was here to sort that out. What's he actually doing, Berta? I don't know. Is he feeding the dog? He always got pouring the old winner out the tin. He'll win. Kibble boy, Chewy. You want Chewy? What's he actually doing? Is he a dog walker at 3 million a year? What's happening at this football club? I'm not seeing any change. Now people are saying to me, they're like, all right, yeah, well, you've got to give him time. He ain't on work experience. He's not 16 years old. This is a man that's came in with a CV, tailor-made, ready replacement. I don't want him to come in and go, oh, there's the toilet spout if you need to go poo-poo. Over there, that's the fitness room. No, I want you to come in and implement your ideas that you were doing at Atletico Madrid, and I want you to implement them now. If you're contracted at Arsenal at June the 1st, start working at June the 1st. There's no little break-in period. You're a big boy. You've had your Weetabix in the morning. You put your shoes on the right way round. Good for you, Bert. Start working in this football club. I'm not seeing no change. Nothing's changing. Or maybe it's my fault. Maybe I pinned my hopes a little bit too much on the fact that this Berta geezer is going to come in and shake things up. I'm not being funny. I've not seen a whole lot of things being shaken. I'm a little bit sitting here worried, thinking, wow, we've seen this before, haven't we? We're all like Bill Murray, aren't we, ladies and gentlemen? We're all like Bill Murray. I got you, babe. We're just smashing the alarm clock, and here we go. Reset, round and round and round we go. It's frustrating, Lawrence. Come on, what's changed? Oh, it's only the 13th. What's changed? So what? Everyone else is getting business done and numerous big deals. Why are we not?
Nothing's changed because we've seen.
I mean,
nothing's changed.
About that guy edits. Jez, whenever someone calls your opinion out, you get defensive. No, I don't. I get attacking. Then start insulting people. I haven't insulted anyone.
He hasn't insulted anyone.
You never like that. League gunner has changed. You don't know me, mate. You know nothing about me at all. You've no idea of my history at Arsenal. So go away, right? Or I will have a pop at you. And when I have a pop at people, I have a pop at them. I mean,
yeah, come on.
What are these people, man? What are they? Yeah. I mean, all I want, man. No league gunner has not changed me. That guy edits. I am my opinion, right? I'm older than him, and the fact is, I know my Arsenal, and so don't question me, man. Have your opinion, and we'll debate it, right? Fact, because at the end of the day, you know nothing about me. I know nothing about you. I don't want to know about you, because all you are to me is a nobody. All right, so bye-bye.
Yeah. Oh, but we got to the CL semis. Okay, let's just run with that then very quickly. Let's just mud this little notion. Okay, well done. Oh, when was the last time we got it? I had this earlier. Oh, yeah, it was 2009 when we played Manchester United. Who cares? No one cares. This is Arteta's era. No one gives a fuck about when the last time was. Okay, let's talk about now. We got to the semi-final. Guess what we've done? We found our level. We found our level in the semi-final, didn't we? And I'll tell you for why. Because we got humiliated 2-0 by Newcastle, home leg in the Carabao Cup. We got humiliated 2-0 in the return leg, 4-0 aggregate loss. Humiliated. Our level, whilst we qualified for the semi-final of the Carabao Cup, we was humiliated. Semi-final wasn't our level because we didn't compete in it. Quarter-final, there we go. Quarter-final trophy held. Same with the Champions League. I was there with my own mince pies. I was there, North Bank, upper tier, watching that goal go in after 3 minutes. In the Champions League, that's all it took. 3 minutes, and our Champions League little endeavour, our little dream, our journey, as everyone loves to say, was over. That's all it took. 3 minutes, bye-bye. We lost all 4 Champions League ties, all of them. The semi-final isn't our level because we didn't compete in the semi-final. We didn't compete in the semi-final because we didn't even win a single game. One of the semi-finals, we didn't even score. It's embarrassing. Semi-final. That's what they say. Oh, but we got to the semi-final. So what? Who got to the semi-final 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago? No one gives a shit. No one cares. No one absolutely 150% cares who got to the semi-final. Only people care about who won it. And I tell you who won it. Hey, who ain't won it in the 139 years since its inception? Arsenal. We haven't won it. We haven't even come close, really. It's frustrating. CL
Ask this
semis. Come
guy.
on.
Right, look, Lawrence,
Yeah.
you're a man of reason. You've been going to Arsenal as long as I have, right?
Yeah.
Ask this fella. Ask him, right? Curtis Painter, man. Seriously. So you're saying we had these injuries, which we did. What's the solution then, brother? What's the excuse? Because at the end of the day, the only excuse I see, Lawrence, is the manager for having a small squad. Didn't do the business.
Progress.
Yeah.
Progress, though,
Yeah.
Des.
We've seen this all before. This isn't just a one-off. It's happened before, and we never learn. Well, when I say we never learn, this clown of a manager doesn't learn. These plastic deluded ostriches like Curtis Painter never learn. Right?
Facts.
It's like they're living in a fantasy world. You know, they can't grasp reality. You know, we're the third biggest club in England and Europe, and we can never win a European trophy. And this all comes down to the manager. Okay, again, this summer, right? What have we done in the transfer market? We've just been linked with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Manchester City and Liverpool have lined all their ducks up in a row, as per usual, and they've got everyone in before this Club World Cup starts. Okay, I may be even going to the game tomorrow at the Rose Bowl, where PSG are playing Atletico Madrid out here, and I might be going to that. Mate mine's got me a ticket, but I digress from that. But we've seen this movie tons and tons and tons of times before. You know, we've got these Muppets on Facebook. As soon as we're linked with a player, what do? They paste the player's face onto an Arsenal shirt before we've even talked to the player, as if they've already joined us. I mean, I've made a list of all these players that we've been linked with. Martin Zubimendi, still not signed, even though it was announced the deal was done and dusted months ago. I expect Real Madrid are going to hijack this deal at the 11th hour. They're going to come back. Right, I don't think this is done and dusted. Right, Nico Williams, he wants to stay at Bilbao. Well, willing to offer him a new contract. Leroy Sané, another one whose face got pasted onto an Arsenal shirt by these dickheads. He's just joined Galatasaray. Victor Gyökeres, we haven't even put in an offer for him, and yet these mugs in our fan base are posting pictures of him doing that weird gesture of his in an Arsenal shirt. Benjamin Sesko, we're not even sure if he's the best option for us. Okay. Rodrigo, no offer's been made for him either. Kepa hasn't signed yet, even though people are saying he's joining us. And Barcola is the latest one. He's still at PSG. And yet these plastic deluded AKB ostriches are stuck in the sand as per usual with their Arteta tinted specs on, pasting these faces of players in Arsenal shirts when they've not even signed for us. And it's going to continue this way until these people wake up from their trance. You know, I'm tired of this bullshit.
Mate,
I'm tired of it.
Do you know what? It's mad. It's called progress, buddy. Okay, let's decipher it. Let's just decipher it then. So the last 3 seasons, let's just see how we've progressed. Wins this season 20, last season 28, the season before 26. Okay, that's down then. Okay, draws 14. In the last 2 seasons, we had 11 draws. Okay, so we're considerably higher in the last 2 seasons in draws, which means we can't win games. Okay, cool. But losses, this is the ones that they'll all zone in on. Oh, but we lost 1 less than last season. Oh, but we lost one less than last season. That's all they'll zone in on. Goals 4, 69. Okay, 91 the season before. 22 down then. 22 down. 88 the season before. Almost like we need a striker. Goals against 34. Last season, we are worse. We conceded more. Best defence in the league, but we're regressing in that. Goal difference, 35. Last season, 62. The season before, 45. Regression. The points, though, 74. 15 down on last season. And also 10 down on the season before. But this is the kicker. This is the kicker. 5 points behind the leader 2 seasons ago. 2 points behind it. Now we're 10 points behind it. Every single metric that matters, forget SG, forget field tilt. No one gives a toss about that. These are the metrics in terms of league table that wins you trophies. And Arsenal, bar 1 losses in 1 season, we are failing miserably in every single season. So when you're saying progression, where's the progression then? Because all I'm seeing is 8 less losses. All I'm seeing is 9 more draws. All I'm seeing is 1 less loss, 22 less goals. What are we doing here? 15 less points? Where's the progression? There you go, a statistical fact. Because these people listen with their eyes now. They don't listen with their ears anymore. They listen with their eyes. You don't like it. What are we doing here?
Yeah. I mean, and to add insult to injury, Fabio Vieira's coming back to us because Porto can't afford the transfer fee, and he's not going to be in the pre-season tour.
Yeah. Well, this is what
I mean,
I'm saying.
you couldn't write this shit.
Yeah. There's plenty of pros and cons about the window. Like, people always sit there and they will always say to us, "Oh yeah, but you're getting a bit too ahead of yourselves." This and all of that. I'll ask this question: are we acting like a big club? Are Liverpool acting like a big club? They won the Premier League last year and they're going and signing Verts. They've replaced their right back with a like for like. Maybe not an exact like for like, but they've done a very good job in replacing them. They've notified Kirkes as a left back. That's a problem position. Robertson, he's getting on. Simicast, not quite it. They're replacing that. There also will be in for another forward player, by the way. Let's just get that right. Manchester City, 5 signings nearly over the line. 5 signings over the line. Manchester United are doing bits. Tottenham. Look at Tottenham, yeah? They won the Europa League, Tottenham, last season. They sacked their manager that won the Europa League. Do you know what Arsenal Football Club do, ladies and gentlemen? We keep a manager that didn't even qualify for the Europa League, then lost to Olympiacos, lost to Sporting Lisbon, and lost to former manager Unai Emery without even giving him a punch over 2 legs. We keep that guy. Spurs sack their manager for winning it. We keep ours for not qualifying it and losing it in 3 occasions. It's embarrassing. This club's ran pathetic. It's a joke. People are going, "Oh, you're not really patient. 21 years without a league title. Not patient, no. 5 years now without an FA Cup. Not patient. 1993, 32 years without a League Cup. I'm not patient. 1994 was the last European trophy 31 years ago. Not patient. You're telling me I'm not patient, bro? What are we doing here? We're the most patient fan base here, and there's 2 things. The 2 things that are the most consistent things with the failures at Arsenal Football Club, and that is the fan base and this manager. And I reckon as soon as you evaporate, you clear out Dracula, aka Arteta, who's allergic to silver. As soon as you get rid of him, the fan base will wake up and go, "Fuck me, what have we done with the last 5 years? Are we in 2019 still? Oh, Jesus Christ, what happened here?" That's where we're at. We don't win anything. And I wanted Arsenal, when we signed Berta, to come in, Jezza, and I think you would have been the same as me, to come in and go, "This is our catalyst for change," a little even Gazidis thing, catalyst for change. Come and change something at Arsenal. But we are seeing the same thing yet and yet and yet again. And that's the frustrating bit, isn't it, mate?
Nothing's changed, man.
Nothing's changed, exactly.
And it's gone on way too long. You can blame whoever you want to blame, to be honest. But the fact remains, for the last, coming up to 6 years, this December, what has changed? This is the longest manager in history of Arsenal to be irrelevant. I mean, even Billy Wright, right? He wasn't here for 6 years, but at least, yes, Curtis, I know about Arsenal history, fella. at the end of the day, this is the worst manager I've ever seen at Arsenal.
Facts.
There's no question, man.
Yeah.
He has achieved nothing. People say, oh, we've progressed. To what? To what have we progressed? Oh, coming second twice. Some muppet said to me on the show the other day, oh, but we got 89 points last season. Not this season, season before. I said, and what? So what? What's it win? What did we win? We won nothing. But Arsenal's a big club. Yeah, it was. But we're not acting like a big club and we're not playing like a big club. Because we have a shit manager. And also, I will say to you, we have a shit board. I'm not putting 100%. I'm not putting 100% Arteta. I'll put about 85% though. He plays boring football, no tactics, can't change it up because, oh, I wonder why, guys. I wonder why. Because he didn't get the players that we needed to second place the other players that can back them up. Hence, why Saka, Havertz, all those players got bad injuries. Timber. Yeah, only been here 3 years, and he's had 2 operations. Great, brilliant. How's that going to look for him? Is he another Michael Owen? Done by the time he's 30. Young player, great potential. But I see these people in the chat giving it all the, oh, when was the last time we progressed? We competed on all fronts. Unai Emery, maybe, mate, got us to a Europa League final.
Yeah.
Yeah, competed. Yeah, in the FA Cup. Yeah, competed in the Carrier Bag Cup. Yeah. Didn't do bad in the Premier League either. He was trying to compete. This manager bins the FA Cup. He bins the Carrier Bag Cup. And bearing in mind, Curtis, Arsenal have won more FA Cups than any other team, being in more finals and more semi-finals than any other team in England. So what are you telling me, fella? He's competing, isn't he? That's competing. Getting to a Champions League semi-final and losing. That's competing, is it? If he'd got to the final and competed, that's competing. At least you're in a bloody final. Coming second on a worse points difference than the season before, that is regression. That's not progression. It's regression. And I see nothing out of this manager. Go on, mate.
Yeah, sorry. Do you think if the Champions League reverted back to the system where only the team that won the league qualified for it, do you think Arteta would still be in charge?
No.
If all the money that came with qualifying for that competition, then no. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. If there was still loads of money to be made outside, you know, outside sort of that, and say, you know, finishing first at its own thing, but there was still a shed load of money in finishing second, third, and fourth, he would still be in a job. However, if that Champions League was solely for the champions and it kept its money, Arteta would have been sacked 4 years ago. In fact, the only reason why he's still in the job is because he's got that little cushion. That's literally it. That's literally it. He makes some money.
Why is it, Aaron? I'm going to ask you this question, bro.
Go on, mate.
I've got to ask you. Why is it all these mutant fans that have been supporting Arsenal probably since the days of the Invincibles, right? I like to give it all the big large. Oh, I'm a big Arsenal fan and all that and all that and all that bullshit, right? What right? If you want to support Arteta and say he's the best, you know, best looking Spaniard and he's progressed and he's done this and Arsenal are back, right? Then the question is this. We had big injuries. Who the fucking hell's fault is that? Because he had a weak squad and he burnt players out, playing players in unnecessary games. 7-1. PSV. Right? Game's done. It's gone. It's finished. They ain't coming back from that. And yet he still plays players that don't need to play.
Jez,
Why?
at half time in that, we were 9-3 up on aggregate, and he was still playing Declan Rice and Gabriel Magalhaes. What happens to Gabriel Magalhaes a week later? Grade 3 hamstring tear.
Injured. Yep. There you go. So who can you blame for that? That is poor tactics. That's poor game management. Right? That is absolutely... I don't honestly believe, guys, Arsene Wenger would have done that. I don't believe Unai Emery would have done that.
Fact.
Right? And when we won that Cup Winners' Cup in '94, right? Jules Graham rotated that team week in, week out. In the league and in the Cup Winners' Cup.
Are you always rotating the squad, Wenger?
He knew he couldn't win the league in '94.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, Wenger wasn't there then.
So he put his priority in that Cup Winners' Cup, and he won it. Right? So that's management, man. That is fucking management. This guy is an arsewipe, piss poor, not big enough, not got the experience for this football club. It's obvious.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Big up to Stephen Gilchrist, by the way. Big up to you, brother. You don't have to keep sending the super chats in. Good evening, Aaron. Good evening to you, brother. Jez Lawrence. I've had enough already. Berta out. Yeah. Oi, listen. Yeah, I get you, bruv. I totally get you. I mean, I'm feeling the same things. I put this out and I put a little short out about 2 weeks ago, saying a similar sort of thing. Why is he not coming in and shaking things up? Why can we also not ask the question? That's the problem with Arsenal fans. As soon as you start asking questions and they're awkward and they're uncomfortable and it goes against the grain, everyone starts getting a little bit uncomfortable and they don't like it and they start attacking. But we're asking a question, brother. And Kevin, Stephen, you've got quite the right, mate. And you're saying Kroenke out, Berta out, and Arteta out. Well, and I actually agree with you on all three, mate. We actually need a shake-up.
No. Berta's not been it. Look, mate, he ain't been here long. This window. Let's be fair. Let's be very fair here.
Okay,
you
might be right there.
He's come in. He's trying to suss the club out. He's looking at what's going down. Right. The Kepa deal, I reckon, was probably done a long time ago. I don't think that'd be his actual deal. But the big test is going to be that's when we got to judge him. After the Club World Cup, that is when we got to see what he's going to do.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. That's my opinion.
No. You are right in saying that. To be fair, but you're kind of getting what Stephen's saying as well. He's just frustrated. We want to see him. I do agree. Yeah, we at least need to see what he does in this window. But if it's not going to be up to scratch, then I'm sorry. What's the point in him being here? Do you know what I mean? What is the point in him being here? He's saying, honestly, Aaron, how many years was Berta Atletico Madrid? I think he was there at 10, 12 years, maybe something like that, there or thereabouts. He never sacked Simeone because Simeone was doing a good job, albeit though we have to be sort of equal in that. I think he hasn't been trophyless now in about 3 or 4 years. Simeone now, to be fair, he should have been sacked. Maybe he has no experience of sacking a manager. That's why it's a big concern for me. Listen, let me take it from this angle. Go on. Sorry, Lawrence. Go on. You wanted to jump in there quick.
I've got to say, you forget, Aaron, the club's bringing out more merchandise.
That's all they care about. That's all they care about. That's all they care about, though, the merchandise. But do you know what I mean? Like, in terms of what Berta's coming in for, everyone sort of always says about giving him enough rope to hang himself on. That's the terminology I'm hearing everywhere. Let's give Berta enough rope to hang himself. That's all well and good. But who suffers then? We're the ones that suffer as fans. So we've got to wait for this little scenario to play out. And I totally get it. If it plays out, it is what it is. And it might be to the benefit of Arsenal Football Club in the long run, man. But I'm sick and tired of us having to see out scenarios that are also self-inflicted. I wanted Berta to come in. I'm sorry for me. I wanted him to come in and start shaking things up. I want him to come in and be the governor, to come in and do bits, to come in and get this. If it's Sesko they want, get it over the line. If it's Zubimendi that they want, why is it not done yet? Why is it not done yet? Why are we seeing everyone else there? We're like being grounded and watching our mates play outside. That's what it's like being an Arsenal fan. We're just looking outside. Everyone else is having fun while we're just steaming up the pane in the glass of window. It's frustrating, boys.
I don't think
You know
that
what I
deal
mean?
was ever done. I don't think it's ever done.
And
the
that's the
thing is,
problem.
sporting directors don't sack managers. He's not a member of the board. He's just the sporting director. He doesn't have the power to sack the manager. It's the board. It's Kroenke, Josh Kroenke and the board that will sack the manager, not Berta. He's an advisor. He's the man that's going to be there and say, this is the player we should look at. Let's look at the finances. Let's look at this. Da 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 da. He's not going to turn around to Arteta and say you're sacked. Don't work like that.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen. So, you know, the fact he never sacked Simeone, never going to happen. It's the board that makes that decision, and that's what we're stuck with. We have a shit board. We have a board that capitulates. We have a board that is just weak. We've got to give it time, man. We've got to give Berta, time.
I agree.
He's coming. He's not been here that long yet. You know, I'm not gonna hang him out to dry just yet. I'm waiting to see what he does or what his influence is. Maybe that's a better statement in this new window that starts after this Club World Cup. But hey, you know, this guy, he keeps telling me, you know, Arteta's made this club relevant. We've always been relevant. But we just haven't been good enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
I don't believe Berta did sign Kepa. I don't believe he did, man. I reckon that was done a long time ago. Sorry, Goonery, I don't believe that. I don't think that was his choice at all. I think that was done way back.
But even then, to the point, yeah, and let me just quickly read this out, and then I'll come back to that point, Jez. Goonery, big up to you, brother. Big up, panel in Barca now. Big up to you, Goonery, man. I hope you're enjoying. The Catalonia life. Enjoying drinking some Stellas. I'll drink to that, bruv. Cheers, mate. Arsenal so depressing. See. So boring. See, senor. Arteta out. Enjoy the summer, people. Goonery, man. Big up to you, you absolute legend. And thank you very much, my friend. That will go to the Green Screen Fund, you absolute superstar. Big up to you. What the point you were saying there about the Berta thing? Okay, if say for argument's sake, then yeah, that's still an Arteta signing. Why are we still seeing Arteta signings? Why?
I think it's done a while ago, man. I honestly do. I think that was probably done way back, and it was done behind the scenes. Probably January when he was at Bournemouth, right? Yeah. And he said basically, okay, we need a backup keeper, a decent backup keeper. I'm not saying he's world class, but he's a good keeper. Is Neto Stepford the man? No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So I think basically he said, well, we'll get this guy. He's on loan from Chelsea at Bournemouth. Let's jump in. We'll get him cheap. Got him cheap. 5 million's nothing. That's small change, man. That is small change. So I don't believe that's a Berta deal at all. We'll never know, of course.
We'll never know the ins and outs on it. But like, no. I sort of agree with the angle. I totally actually agree with the angle that Gunnaryar's coming in here with. Berta could rip them up, because I've said the same thing on stream. If Berta's come in as the as the new geezer that's running things, why can't he come in and go, yeah, do you know what? We like this Kepa Arrizabalaga signing, but I don't want him, so you're not having him. Arsenal Football Club. I'm hired by Arsenal in the best interest of Arsenal Football Club, and as the football director, I don't believe Kepa is the man that is of best interest to Arsenal. Copy and paste Zubamendi, copy and paste to Benjamin Sesko. And that's the worrying thing where we're getting tangled here, is like, okay, well, that's all well and good. And I agree with you, Jez. You know what I mean? You're saying, yeah, it might be a signing. It might just be Arteta signing. But what's the point in Berta then? Like, what is the point in having him here this year?
If the deal is done behind the scenes months back. There's nothing he can do about it. It's like you. It's like you. No, fair play. No, hear me out. If it's like you, right? Back in January, you've gone and done a deal to buy a Ferrari, right? You've paid the deposit, you've signed the paperwork.
But how do we know anything's signed, Jez?
Sorry?
How do we know anything's signed, though?
I'm just being hypothetical for a moment.
Go on, yeah, go on. Sorry, apologies. No, apologies.
So the deal, they talk, discussed, agents, all that bullshit, right? And if you've gone down to Maranello, you know where it is, not far from where you live. You've done the deal on a Ferrari, and he said, right, here's a deposit. I'm signing on the bottom line, and your wife turns around to you in June and says, fucking hell, no, I don't want him. I don't want that car. What are you doing? Nothing you can do about it. You've signed the contract, man. Too late.
That's cool, but the analogy then that you're sort of saying is the contracts is signed is what I'm taking from that, but there isn't anything signed in these transfers, which is sort of what I'm saying is if nothing is actually signed, let's just say it's a gentleman's agreement. We see that sort of ripped up. This is business. This is football. It's harsh.
It's done. That's a done deal, man.
I do get in principle what you're saying, but there is also scope to also say that, if they don't want the deal, they can just rip it up. Like things can go south very, very quickly if they don't want the. I don't know. I know what you're saying. I don't think there's any right or wrongs. I don't agree or disagree with you, Jez. To be honest with you, I'm just making the point of. I reckon if Berta came in and really didn't want Benjamin Sesko, I think there is the deal isn't advanced enough for them to go. Well, he's there. Otherwise, why has he not signed the deal yet? Why is he not in an Arsenal kit? Why has he not done the medical yet? That's the frustrating thing, I think, as well, when you take it on the point of these deals are so far down the line. Why is he not in the kit? Why have we not even made an official bid?
You don't know it. You don't know that. I don't know it. We know how Arsenal work, right? We've done it for the last 40 years. It's all quiet, and all of a sudden they'll announce somebody. Do you remember in the papers, Lawrence, do you remember all the publicity when Bergkamp joined? There was no announcement, nothing. All of a sudden, one day, it was in the newspaper, Arsenal have signed Dennis Bergkamp. But Arsenal moved in a different way then. We had two proper people that could get deals done.
Dean, yeah.
And I'm certain that deal's done. And we're just waiting till after the Club World Cup. Then will somebody say, oh, yeah, we've signed Kepa. There you go.
Someone's told me that Zubamendi is actually going to sign on July the 1st so that Real Sociedad can balance their financial books. Now, a good friend of mine, Russell Hogg, has said, if that is the case, then what? Big up Russell Hogg.
Big up Russell.
Russell brought up a very good point. He says, if that is the case, why didn't Arsenal just post-date a cheque to Real Sociedad to get the deal over the line? Why is it that this club has to wait until after July the 1st to get him in if he is going to join us?
Maybe they have. Maybe they've done it. Maybe they've done it, but they've got to wait for their financial accounting to actually announce it. I don't know.
Do you know what? Do you know what also frustrates me when we think about the Sesko deal? Yeah, Lawrence, and Jezza and chat as well. Big up to everyone in the chat. Don't forget like and subscribe. Smash that like button up, man. Come on. About this Sesko deal, if it's so far down the line, we wanted him last summer and he said no, he wanted to stay there for whatever reason. If we was, which is what all the top gooners are saying now, oh yeah, well, it's a done deal from last year anyway. Why didn't we sign him last year and loan him back?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that have made better? Why would you wait another year and then for him to double his transfer fee and then cause all this palaver? Why wouldn't you just have signed him last year for 50 million, 40 million? Give him a couple of quid and just loaned him back and then had him next year. It'd have been done then, wouldn't it? We'd have all knew what was going to happen. Would have been getting the same old striker. It would have just cost half the money. It'd have probably been on less wages and none of us would have been talking about a striker.
Yeah.
That's how a club moves properly. But the same thing with Zubimendi. Maybe not exactly. You know, you maybe can't copy and paste that exact scenario with Zubimendi. But what we can say with Zubimendi is we've seen 5 here we goes for him. Why is he not why has he not done a medical yet? Like why? Like and then when we bring the Berta in there, the Berta is supposed to come in and speed these negotiations up, and we're not seeing any change. That's the frustration I feel. You know, there's a lot to do at Arsenal Football Club, and I brought this up on Monday. I think you might have been on stream with me, Jezza. I'm not 100% sure, so you might be privy to what I'm going to bring up. But I had it on stage a second ago, so I'll bring it up here just for 1 second. So this is what Arsenal's done in terms of the attack. For 273 of you in the building, world class, every single one of you. Come on, man. The chat is absolutely lit, always. We've got Chelsea. This is the investment in attack most spent on forward since 2020. Chelsea. And by the way, when we go down to Arsenal, yes, that goes down to 1 to 19. That doesn't say 20 Arsenal. That says 60. Yeah, just letting everyone know. Doesn't say 20. That says 60. Yeah, 6-0. Madness. Why are Arsenal 6 players as well? 80 million. 80 million euros, that is, by the way. It's about 72. Arsenal, since Mikel Arteta has signed, have spent a Nicolas Pepe amount of transfer fund in their whole entire existence since Mikel Arteta has been here. This is not good enough, man. This has got to change, is it not? This is neglect in its highest form, is it not? I don't know, ladies and gents, and this is why I bring these up, because people listen with their eyes now. This is madness. This isn't good enough.
Nope.
This is ridiculous, and this is why we're saying this. If Sesko, we've got the choice of the Gyökeres, yeah, and we've got the choice of Sesko. Well, apparently there's a choice. If Arsenal choose wrong and we get Benjamin Sesko in here, that stat is going to go to 160 million. It's going to go to 7, and then next season, if it doesn't bang, do any of you really believe? Let's just say Arteta gets that rope. Arteta gets that rope and then he hangs himself. This and that and da-di-da-di-da. And then it doesn't work out. The Cronkies and Bert are going to be giving Arteta's replacement 150 million to go get another striker. Of course they're not. They've got Kai Havertz there on 280k a week. They've got Sesko there probably on 220k a week. They've got what's his name? Gabriel Jesus there on 260k a week. We're stuck. We're stuck, boys. Yeah. We are in a rut, whether people like it or not. We are in a massive, massive hole, and we are digging. We are digging, and guess what? What gets bigger if you take more out of it? A hole. And that's what Arsenal Football Club are in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean, Jez? The proof's in the pudding. The proof's in the pudding, man. I don't understand it. Big up to Stephen Gillis. Come on, you don't have to stop sending super chats in, brother. I agree with you to quite an extent. The Cronkies have been at Arsenal for 20 years and nearly everyone sweet F all. As long as we finish top 4, though, yeah? So what people will say is, and I do sort of agree to some sort of extent before I put the link out in the chat. Big up to everyone still locked in, yeah? Before I put the link in the chat, they took over, I think, 4th in 2017-18. Is that about right, Jez? Something there or thereabouts, I think. They took control. So that's where people will say, okay. And I get that to a business extent. I do get it. If you're split control and you don't know what I do get that. But either way, Arsenal Football Club and the Cronkies have given Arteta a lot of bloody money. They've given him £750 million to spend on this football team over half a decade. And we have brought nada, zero, zilch, nothing. And you're right, as long as we finish in the top 4, then it's all good. And that's the frustrating thing. Is top 4 good enough for you, bruv? When was top 4? Was top 4 good enough to Thierry Henry in 1999? Was it good enough for Dennis Bergkamp? Was it good enough for Robert Pires and Patrick Vieira? Was it good enough for Sol Campbell and Tony Adams? Was it good enough for David Seaman or Lehman when he came in? On Yaya Toure, Colo Toure, rather. Yaya, come on. What are we doing here? Gilberto Silvas. Was it good enough for them? Because when we finished second 3 times in a row, 99, 2000 and 2001, that was sandwiched between 2 double winning sides. What's this sandwich between, Jez?
Nothing.
Sandwich between bottling fucking 5th place against Antonio Conte Spurs and God knows what next season. We're in a rut, bruv, whether we like it or not. Stephen, and I get your point, bruv. Whether we like it or not, Arsenal Football Club are in a rut. So we're not panicking. We're just saying the same thing over and over again. We're stuck in Groundhog Day. We're in repeat. We're like a DJ. We're just we're here again, over and over again. Jez, I don't know, man. Can you see? Okay, let me come at this question at a different angle, Jez, before I bring you in. Can you see Arsenal having a successful window? From now, we don't know, but can you see from the 13th of June until September the 1st, can you see Arsenal pulling this out the bag and having a good window?
Very good question, mate. How can I answer that to you? I don't have a lot of faith. I think there'll be a lot of talk. We're in for this player, we're in for that player, and we get fucking no one. We did it last summer, and we did it the summer before, and we've done it in 2 January windows. We bought no one. I don't know. I'm personally thinking that, and this is why I'm saying I'm holding back the reins on this Berta, right? Yeah. I'm waiting to see whether he's going to be the one to have the influence with the Cronkies, with Josh, and say, this is what we need to do. And this is what it's going to cost. And this is how we're going to do it. This is the game plan. Now, I could be talking absolute bollocks here. But
you never talk bollocks, Jezza. Come on, you're the fucking godfather. Come on.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that's what's going to happen. That he will have the influence over the board with the agreement of Josh to say this is the plan. And maybe he's got a game plan. Maybe he has. I don't know. But it's going to be interesting because if he doesn't deliver by the end of the transfer window, then I'm going to be thinking, what the fuck are you here for? What are you doing here? Why did we bother getting you? Because you're not done nothing.
Yeah.
Right? And that's my concern. And that's the only way I can answer you that, because I'm the jury out on this one right now. Right? And I'm thinking, I want to hear and see what this man's going to do. Because right now, let's be fair, we ain't heard fuck all from him. He ain't said a lot, is he? He hasn't come out with anything yet. So I'm hoping this guy's going to eventually show some bollocks and say, right, this is what we're doing. This is where we're going. We're getting in there. And we're going to get this player. And we're going to get this player. And we're going to get this player. These are the positions we need to strengthen. Da.
Yeah.
And if he comes in with 5 players by the end of the window, I'll say, fucking fair play to you, son. Do I believe that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I've got to bounce in about 5 minutes, man. But
yeah. No, you're all good. I'll be putting the link. I'll be putting the link in the chat very, 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 very soon, people. By the way, but yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Jezza. Big up to Suge, our brother from down under. Big up to you, Suge, man. Enough love and respect to you always, brother. He's saying big up to Aaron, Jezza, and the chat, the world class chat, man.
That's in Australia.
Yeah. Suge is down in Australia, man. I don't know, Suge. Come on, Suge will let us know, man. He's an absolute geezer.
10 o'clock in the morning there, 11 o'clock, something like that.
It's early doors, man. And Suge, if you want to jump on, man, you know, I'll be putting the link out very, 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 very soon. Congratulations, Arteta has officially turned Arsenal into the red £1 billion bottle jobs. Stack him, please. And this is the frustrating thing, isn't it? This is the very, very, very frustrating thing. After this summer, this manager would have eclipsed £1 billion. He's going to get there, isn't he? £1 billion. And what are we going to see from it? We're going to have seen Sesko come in, Zubimendi come in, Kepa Arrizabalaga come in. We're seeing sort of content creators, social media, personas, this and all of that, blah, 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 saying that this is going to be another 10 out of 10 window, Jez. have a little look at this. Have a little look at this chat. Bear with me 1 second while I upload this. This is what we're dealing with here. If Andrea Berta manages to pull all of these off as a 10 out of 10 window. Sesko, Rodrigo ain't coming. He's not coming. Kepa, Arrizabalaga and Zubimendi. That's not 10 out of 10 window, even if he does come. That's a 6 or 7 out of 10 window. Lawrence, what do you make out of this? Because all of these top gunners are thinking that this is a 10 out of 10 window. That's a 6 or a 7. Or am I wrong?
This is exactly my point. Dickheads like this prick posting players' faces onto Arsenal shirts when they haven't even signed for us. You know, what is it with these dickheads? You know, they have a wank in their sock. Once we're linked with a player, what do? Oh, well, I've got to post that player's face onto an Arsenal shirt. I mean, we've seen this time and time and time again. And these pricks just don't learn because they end up with egg on their faces because 9 times out of 10, these players don't sign for someone else or they stay with their original club. I mean, it's like a never-ending circle that they've got to do this every season. You know, I've got to stick this player's face on an Arsenal shirt because it's, the media are saying he's going to sign for us. I mean, for fuck's sake, this is the real problem with this club. These fucking dickheads in our fan base. They're the real problem.
I've got to go, boys. Catch you later.
Jezza, you absolute superstar. Take it easy, my friend.
Pleasure.
Pleasure. Big love to Jezza. Come on, man.
Take care, man. Take care, boys.
The absolute godfather.
Take care. Have a great
Big
show.
up, Jazz.
Absolute godfather. We got Rashid jumping in the building, man, and then we'll go to our brother Gianni, our absolute fridge freezer Gianni, our Napoli ultra Gianni. But first, we've got brother Rashid in the building. Geezer, what are you saying?
What are you saying, Aaron? Hey, me and you need to link up soon. I'm gonna probably text you about that one. But big up to you, Lawrence, of course, Jezza, and Gianni, my friend. The whole chat as well. Big up to everyone. Evening. I wish it was Friday every day. Do you know what I'm saying? But it's not. What are we talking about? What are we talking about now? Because I was watching you. You absolutely killed it, and I loved what you were saying on DG's channel, Deluded Guna. Shout out to him.
Bruv, I'm not
and you was
lie.
talking to someone by the name of African Guna, right?
I was on fire, man. Do you know sometimes when you have the good streams in there, and I'm sitting there, and I was
but that was not fair because there was 2 of them.
I was like that.
It was one of you.
Yeah, they got had.
No, but there were 2 of them, and it was one of you. But to be honest, Deluded Guna was kind of on your side because it's the right side. We spit facts here. Do you know what I'm saying? There's no feelings. It's all about feelings on the other side. Do you know what I'm saying? Feelings. And don't be worried. Never tell someone that is in a pressure situation not to worry. It always doesn't work. Do you know what I'm saying? He's going to worry. And I'm in a pressure situation right now because the history of this club, because what they're telling us is that not to worry. It's still the 6th of June. It's still the 7th, still the 8th, still the 9th. Now it's the 13th. Then it's going to be the 24th. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm still worried because I know this club. I know. Look at them. Look at Liverpool. They won the league. They're out there. They're working. Don't think that other teams aren't going to go for Zubimendi, by the way. Real Madrid, I think Real Madrid let Tchouaméni go and Alaba. So Tchouaméni's a DM, right? He's a CDM. I think they would go for Zubimendi. I changed my mind. I thought that they wouldn't, but now that they let Tchouaméni go, I think they'll go for Zubimendi. If obviously that is true. But apart from that, what are we really doing here? Do you know what I'm saying? We're doing absolutely nothing. We're not even selling players. Where are the players we're not even selling players? If we were selling, I'll be like, all right, they're focused on selling players and then we'll get to the buying players, right? But nothing's happening. Do you know what I'm saying? Nothing. And to be honest, if we continue signing these Arteta signings, my friend, I don't know what Berta's doing there. I don't know what he's doing because I expected you to do more. I expected you to come in and sign some players for the club, not for this guy, not for Arteta. It didn't work, and it's not gonna work. Do you get me?
Look.
And you know, once I told you, I don't know if you remember, I told you, even if we give him unlimited money, he gets all the players he wants, he will fucking miss. Apologies for the cussing. But
nah, you good.
He would miss. For example, you got a Gyökeres that scored I don't know how many goals, and you got Sesko that could work. He goes for the guy that could work. And nobody's saying nothing about it.
He
And
ain't
now they're
gonna
backing
work.
it.
He
They're
ain't gonna
backing it
work.
like they know football. Do you know what I'm saying? Sorry?
He's not. Sesko ain't gonna work, brother.
They're backing it like they
Sesko
know
is not
football.
gonna
It's not
work.
gonna
Like,
work, is it?
Sesko is not gonna fucking work.
It just
yeah,
ain't.
but regardless,
Gianni, bro.
let's say it
Go
fucking
on,
works
sorry.
in 4 years. I don't know why I'm cussing that much. But let's say it
No, you're
works in 4 years. Okay? We need now. We ain't got 4 years. It's been 6 years. If you had a kid, he'd already be 6 years old or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. 6 years old is nearly time for him to go to school.
Yeah.
It's wasting time. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they were talking about how, and you know what pissed me off as well. You guys were arguing over Jesus and Havertz being shit signings, and then you guys argued and argued and argued, and then the guy just slipped and said, "Oh, they were shit signings." Well, duh. What the fuck were we talking about in the
Big
first
up,
place?
Joga.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man, it is what it is, man. These top
You're a bit cutty
tuners
there,
are
Rashid.
out of control.
Yeah, no.
Shout out to Shane Guna. They're out of control. They're out of control, and we're gonna deal with them until we die. I'm afraid. But
Yeah. Your Wi-Fi's going crazy, bruv. But for a start, big up. Your Wi-Fi's going crazy, but big up to Shane
I don't want to
Goon
make
as
it
well.
all doom and gloom. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Just saying, your Wi-Fi is moving mad, brother. But no, like you said,
Sorry?
big up to Shane Guna. And do you know what, Gianni? I'm going to bring Gianni in. Talking about Shane Guna. Berta has got a job the size of Shane Guna's forehead on his hands. Do you know what I mean? He's got an absolute gargantuous belter of a job.
One sec.
What we sort of thinking? Do you know what I mean? It's got a Lee Gunner of a forehead. Do you know what I mean? That's how big the job is. I mean, we are talking fucking biblical settings. Slaphead FC. What are we gonna do with Berta, bruv? Like, what we saying? This is a big job for him to get over the line, isn't it? And he's just not quite getting there, is he? I expected a little bit more from him. I expected a little bit more from Berta coming in there.
I mean, here's the thing. I think Berta's, to be honest, like I said, I'm standing by the opinion that Berta's still got the handcuffs on. Because here's something that I don't understand, right? Like specifically with the whole Zubamendi move.
Yeah.
Why is it that it can't be announced that everything's been agreed upon? It's just like here. Let's even give in to the story that we have to wait till July 1st for Real Sociedad's books to be right for that move, right? Does everybody remember at the end of the Euros of 26, but during the Euros of 2016, it was already confirmed that Conte was going to Chelsea while he was still under contract with the Italian national team. So why is it we can't, even if he's still remaining under contract with Sociedad till the 1st to help them out with their books, why can't we announce it that, listen, the deal's done, the medical is the only thing that's going through, but everything's completely done, just to put that, that worry to bed. That's one thing that I think that needs to be addressed. But I'm still standing by that. I think Berta is being handcuffed here, because the other thing I think is, everyone keeps saying that Arsenal has a ton of money to be able to spend. If they have a ton of money to be able to spend, why are there so many reports that we're talking about buying Zubamendi but paying it in dividends and not just all up front? It's a release clause. You paid a release clause, the player's yours. So that's the thing that's concerning to me. But the other thing that's concerning to me is Sesko. Now we're hearing that RB Leipzig wants more money than what they initially asked for. So that's a problem now. Then on top of that being a problem, we're going after guys that we don't know is a guarantee to go. And if we're trying to figure out ways to pay a release clause and dividends, do we really have the money that they keep telling us that we have? That's the bigger question to be asked right now. Because if we don't have the money that we have, we're also letting players walk away for a free. I mean, how small is this squad going to be this coming year?
Yeah. Well, that's an absolute fact. Like, we've got so much business to do. There's so much to do, Gianni. There's ridiculous amounts to do. Bruv, do you think we're going to do it all?
No.
Of course.
The only way we're going to be able to do it all if it's really confirmed that we have that some of these Sky Sports and these other idiots that we can hardly trust say that we have 200 to 300 million to burn. But even if we have 200 to 300 million to burn, this is again the problem with what you and me talked about the last time. Do we really think with the players that he's going after that we're going to be able to do that? If you're talking 300 million to burn, let's just go off face value. If we pay the 90 million for Sesko, we pay the 80 whatever million it is for Rodrigo. That's 170 right there. Yeah. Plus the 60 for Zubimendi. We're talking 230 million for 3 players when we need 7. So what are we going to do? So now you're basically saying, okay, we're going to have to re-sign Partey. Everybody else who's basically going to walk, we have to re-sign to hold on to, even if we don't want them. And then that begs the question, why the hell did we even let go of Tyranny? And then on top of that, it's okay, you signed 3 players, you re-signed. Cool, we still need 4 players. It's down to 70 million. I don't personally trust Arteta to make educated signings for that low of money. I personally don't. Like right now, we're talking about Sesko. Again, I'd rather go grab Mateta. Mateta's Premier League proven. I'd rather go get Ollie Watkins, who both of them are not even in the same ballpark of how much of a cost Sesko is. And that gives us a lot more money to actually build a squad. And that's the reason why I still think that Berta's being handcuffed. And the bigger problem is, and I'll end with this.
Yeah.
If we burn all this money on all these players, right? And it doesn't work out, and we're walking into next year once again finishing top 4, trophyless, and we have no idea the difference between our ass and a hole in the ground. The next problem is if we burn this much money and we run into an issue with PSR, we now have to start talking about selling Saliba and Saka because we have to get the maximum amount of profit for a player because both of those are youth academy players. That's where the bigger issue is now going to come in that a lot of people are not paying attention to. Again, this is why I always say we need to start building a squad with educated signings and not just going for Hollywood signings because Hollywood signings are not always going to win.
Mate, 100%. I love when you say Hollywood signings because that's what it is. We need signings that, regardless of whether they're big names, whatever, I don't care whether they're Hollywood signings. And you're right. That's what we're looking for, the glamour, the glitz. I want us to make the right signings. And the right signings we haven't made in a very, very, very long time, Gianni.
Yeah, but we need a squad, bro.
Exactly.
But we need a squad.
We need a squad.
Here, bro. I would take Rodrigo as the only one of those 3 Hollywood signings that we're looking at, if I'm being honest with you. But then actually start making educated buys. Again, like I said on your last show, dude, I'd go back to Italy right now. Go pay the 35 million for Guendouzi. There's your number 6. He's better than Zubimendi in the first place. And now you have more money to operate. And again, like I said before, Odegaard, Havertz, and Calafiori should all get shipped off. You could sell them for cheap because of the money that you want to make on them. Their big-ass contracts come off the books. You could seriously still walk away with 130 to 150 million for those 3 players if you do it the right way. And we would be able to actually really build a squad with that much money extra on top of what we have. But we're playing a bad game of Russian roulette right now.
Yeah. Yeah, mate. And that's what I'm saying. It's always a gamble with Arsenal Football Club, isn't it? Why are we gambling? Why are we 5 years into a process, 6 years into a process, and we're just throwing things and rolling a dice? That is madness. That just shows you how poorly Arsenal Football Club have been run. Just quickly, Liam, big up to you, Liam. Evening, Aaron in the chat. Big up to you, Liam, man. Friendly fire, and just so you know, Shane and Lee are going to bite. Oh yeah, look, listen, like, I don't mind if they have a little bite. Do you know what I mean? We've been having a little back and forth and things like that about, they're saying, I'm a little bit of a hobbit. I love that. My old man, he has a little dig at me all the time and things like that. That's all well and good. I don't mind all of that. It literally is just all friendly fire and all of that. Do you know what I mean? Lee and Shane they're a double act. You know, they're a double act like fucking these two. Do you remember them? Do you remember that bit Orville the Duck? Shane Gooner and Lee, bit of Orville the Duck. What we're saying, do you know what I mean? They're a little double act, and I don't mind having a little double act. Do you know what I mean? They both got the foreheads for it. But listen, we'll move on. Macy, how are you doing, brother? What we saying? You're waiting very, very, very patiently there, my friend.
Oh, thanks, Aaron. Great to be back on your show.
You're a geezer, man.
It's been Macy. Yeah, thanks, Gianni. Thank you to every single one of you that has brought me back to the show. It's been 3 years 3 months since I've been here.
Painful years.
Yeah, so, once again, this football club, Aaron, we ain't serious about winning yet another Premier League because we still haven't signed a player. And I just heard on the news that Liverpool are being linked to Gyökeres. They're moving wild in this transfer window, Liverpool. Yeah. And I could see Gyökeres be at Liverpool by the end of this week or maybe next week, because we're not going to get him because Arteta is too predictable, because he believes that Benjamin Sesko is the key to us unlocking to us winning the Premier League, which I believe it's not going to happen, because I've seen Sesko, what he did at the Bundesliga with Leipzig, and I can tell you he was dog shit. I mean, and people can say, but he scored the most amount of goals for Leipzig last season. So Leipzig didn't win nothing last season. They just qualified for a European football, which is not good enough. The main ambition is to win a trophy. And did Leipzig win a trophy? No. They finished last season with European football, and that's not good enough. And I believe that if we get Sesko, we're not going to win nothing under him, because for me, Arsenal Football Club ain't serious about winning no trophy. We're not going to win not a League Cup, not an FA Cup, not a Premier League, or certainly not a Champions League. And the fact of the matter is that William Saliba is still here. So if I'm him, I should just say, you know what, I'm getting out of here, because what's the point of me staying at this football club? This football club ain't going to win nothing next season. So I should just pack my bags and go and play for Real Madrid, because Real Madrid, for me, they're moving wild in this transfer window. They've just bought in, they've just recruited Xabi Alonso as their manager. And listen, I hope Xabi Alonso does well at Madrid, considering the fact that he is a legend of the football club. And I hope that if Saliba goes there to Real Madrid, he will absolutely boss it out with Antonio Rudiger, two strong powerhouse defenders in Real Madrid. And listen, I just think we're just gonna have to be stuck with signing Sesko and Zubamendi. And listen, I don't really watch much of Zubamendi in La Liga. I mean, people will say that, but he's an upgrade for Jorginho. Well, so what you're saying is that he's going to move the exact same way that Jorginho moved, because when Jorginho had the ball, he was moving slow around the whole football pitch. Yeah. And he's not even good at passing long range balls in, and just not good at tracking back. So what you're saying is that Zubamendi will copy the same thing Jorginho did. So we are buying somebody that is much, much slower than Jorginho. And listen, I just think now Andre Berta has been manipulated by Mikel Arteta, because now Arteta has Berta by his ears and telling him and whispering to him, "Yo, Berta, can you get me this player? Can you get me that player?" Like, he's just whispering something in Berta, and Berta just has to, and all Berta is doing, he's being forced to do something. So I just think that Berta is under Arteta's manipulation. And if he gets the wrong players, then I am so like I am now going to slowly start to like turn my back on Berta. I have a lot of respect for him, but he should be a man and not be influenced by Mikel Arteta. He's a proper sporting director in my mind, and he should be able to stand up to Arteta. But it's just, the thing is, this football club, we're not going to win nothing next season. We're going to have to finish another season with yet another second place finish, and people will get gassed up and say, "Oh, we got yet another Champions League football." And Igal, like, did you see my rant on Igal? I absolutely
did. Yeah, he was on. Yeah. I see.
He had the audacity to say to me, "Oh, Macy, why do you hate me so much?" And I said to him, the reason why I have this much hatred for you is because you continue to show your appreciation towards this manager. Like, I asked him a specific question. What has this manager ever done for you apart from one FA Cup? What has he ever done for you? And then he said, "Oh, but he's getting us competing again for a Premier League trophy." But that's not good enough. We've been in a Premier League title race twice, and we've always come last in the title race. Last season, we were in the title race, we came last. This season, we came last. So what does Igal want? Like, how much do we need to keep this manager? Because if we finish last in the title race next season, then all heads will be turned against Arteta.
Yeah.
Trophies don't matter to a gal.
Yeah.
Remember what he said. Trophies don't matter. Trophies are overrated.
Yeah, mate. It don't matter to people like them, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. They don't care, bruv. They never have done, Macy, and they never will. But you know who the fans who paid the price? Us proper fans, the ones that actually care. We're the ones that have sleepless nights. We're the ones that get frustrated. We're the ones that get disappointed. We might not be the ones that spend the most money in the match day, though, but it doesn't make a difference. We're the ones that hurt. Because you know what? They don't give a fuck. When the results comes in, they go, "Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, Arsenal lost again. Oh, don't worry, on to the next one." They'll go about their day. I'm sitting there reeling for hours. I'm frustrated. I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed, boys. Do you know what I mean? I'm frustrated all the time. And listen to this, yeah. We've got a striker. Listen to how we're being finessed by. I'm going to bring up something by David Ornstein, yeah. And this is how we're being finessed in terms of waiting. Have a little watch at this, boys. Look, right. So this was David Ornstein, yeah, on the transfers, on the strikers. Look at how ridiculous this is, yeah. Ornstein, Arsenal are working on the number 9 position every day. These things are not as simple as we, the public and the media, might think. Okay, but it is that simple for every other top club, though, isn't it? It's that simple for Liverpool trying to sign Berts, though. Very simple. What about Manchester City? In the last 6 months, they've signed about 10 players, about 500 million. Very easy for them. What about Liverpool? Very easy for them. But they've got to think and get this right. It's a boring answer, but it's ongoing. They'll be assessing their options. But I thought it was already done. Though, the Sesko deal. And this is what I'm trying to say to everyone. I thought the Sesko deal was already done, but they're still assessing their options. Sesko, Gyökeres, Watkins, they're high amongst them. But I thought it was already done. I thought they already knew what they were getting. There will be so many different factors involved. Like what, David, I ask you? On the pitch, off the pitch, football, financial, transfer fee. Yeah, you're describing a transfer. Yeah, well done. Yeah, well done. Structure within the transfer fee, add-ons. Yeah, you're just describing a transfer. We see the reports of some dialogue with RB Leipzig and the representative of Sesko. That's normal. Well done. The numbers, release clause, gentleman's agreement, payment terms, similar with the Gyökeres and Watkins deal. We're not aware of any other candidates. You can't really put on a time scale on things. Well, okay, so the time scale of every other big club, i.e. Manchester City and Liverpool, the time scale is finished. That's their time scale. The time scale is finished for them clubs, but not for Arsenal, though. You know, that's just the norm. That's just the norm. The numbers and the release clause. We're not. You can't really put a time scale on it. I'm sure Arsenal will want to make developments this week. This is the best bit. I'm sure Arsenal will want to make developments this week, next week, as soon as possible, whenever. A lot of work goes into this. We clearly don't have the conclusions yet. What a load of crap. All he's done is just tell you, realistically, maybe Arsenal will be doing something this week, but it could be next week. But if not, maybe it's the week after. What a load of bollocks this is. And all of these Arsenal fans, they gobble this up for fun. Absolutely gobble this. We can't put a timescale on it. So Arsenal want to make development this week. Of course they will. But maybe next week or as soon as possible. I don't know. Why are we buying into this shit? We don't buy into the shit because we're a world-class chat. Come on. We're world-class in this shit. I don't know how much you've been following there, Lawrence, but what we're saying.
Well, it's just part of the course, you know. I've come to the conclusion that come September the 1st, we're going to be in the same situation we were last summer. He's going to struggle. Arteta's going to struggle to get the signings in. It's going to be the 11th hour of deadline day before we see anyone come into the club, right? Because I know how this Muppet works now. I've sussed him out. 6 years of this we've had to deal with. And I know what's going to happen. And I'm getting ready to do another I told you so speech to all these plastic deluded AKB ostriches who still believe in this clown. Because they never learn, right? It's the same thing over and over and over again. Rinse and fucking repeat. How many times do we have to go through this before these pricks in our fan base finally wake up and realise that this clown is a detriment to the club altogether, and we've got to get him out. And I firmly believe that Berta is giving Arteta enough rope to hang himself with, and when things go belly up at the start of the season, as I expected them to, right, he's as good as out the door.
Yeah. Facts.
And I hate saying that because I love this club. You don't know how much I love this club. I've been following this club for nearly 60 years, man and boy. But it's coming to the point where I hope we lose games now. I hope that we don't get the signings that are required so that we can expose Arteta for the fraud that he really is. And we can get him out of this club and bring somebody in with some tactical nous who knows what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah. I think Wayne Gooner, or Shane Gooney, Shane Gunner, I think he said it quite right when you're talking about like the likes of like a Gals and things like that. When we're talking about like a Gals, they don't care. They don't give a shit about this football club. They're a character. And you know what? Shane said it perfectly, yeah? He absolutely said it perfectly. For the IQ, and by the way, again, the only reason why I'm mentioning the Gal is because he represents a high proportion of the other side of the fence, yeah? A high proportion. They always say about Arsenal Football Club, it'll always be next year. Trust the process. It's coming. They move the goalposts. There's always an excuse, time and time and time again. When on earth are these fans going to realise and people going to realise they've got no IQ, they've got no real say in Arsenal Football Club, it's us real fans that suffer, and wake the fuck up. And wake the fuck up. It's time to wake up. Again, all of these guys have got delusions. They've got them under a spell.
He's not a football fan, period. He's just on here to wind people up, because it's the way he gets clicks, right? He knows fuck all about the game, right? He thinks Robin van Persie was playing in the academy system, right? You know, he's got for some reason he's got 33,000 followers. I mean, how that is, I've got no idea. He's got no knowledge about Arsenal Football Club. He's a waste of space, right, as far as I'm concerned. And the sooner he goes, the better, right? Because, as I said to you before, Aaron, when the way he disrespects people, real Arsenal fans like Kenny Ken, right? If he did that in my local and smirked in someone's face, right, he'd be on his way to hospital with a beer glass in his face because he deserves that. We don't need people like him in our fan base. He knows fuck all about the club. He's got an inferiority complex because he has to appear on Arsenal streams, right, so he can get the attention he wants. He's a waste of space.
Well, I just need to go for a toilet quick. I'm going to play a little quick clip, and then when it finishes, anyone jump in. Yeah, I'll probably be about 2 minutes. All right, just bear with us. Give us.
Unbelievable.
Jesus Christ.
Ridiculous. And you know what? And you know what? Like I was on Northside's live stream, and I was watching the top 10 worst Arsenal signings of all time. And the fact is, like, Northside was spot on when he mentioned some of the worst signings, like Gervinho right there. I mean, people can say that, oh, but Gervinho won the Ligue 1 title with Lille, which had Eden Hazard. So the one person we could have got at Arsenal was Hazard, because I've seen what he did at Lille, because he can contribute to the most goals in history. And that was the person that I wanted. But no, what did Arsene Wenger do? He decided to go with bald-headed Gervinho, the guy that looks like the bald-headed version of Kofi Kingston. Gervinho didn't even do nothing apart from getting sent off in his debut match. So that was the only thing he did. And listen, Gervinho for me was the worst Arsenal signing of all time. David Luiz also, Willian too, even Andre Santos and Silvestri was on that list. Those were the worst Arsenal signings in history. And this is why we're not serious. We're not buying the best footballers in our football club. We're always buying like the players that weren't good enough in their own clubs come to our football club. And what do? They make themselves even worse at our football club. Like take Silvestri, for example. He was poor at Manchester United, but when he came to Arsenal, he was even poorer. Johan Durham as well. He was at Arsenal and he was poor too. Philip Senderos was poor. Almunian was poor. Like all these top players that came to Arsenal, their careers got ruined at Arsenal.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? I actually missed the video. All I hope is I don't get a headbutt from either one of them, because fuck me, do you know what I mean? That is going to be one hell of a wallop. Gun down, big up to you, brother. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm in a rather joyous mood. I've just come off of nearly a 5-hour stream of doing the World Cup of Darts night
Big up
2.
to you, man.
So good fun, great fun as always. And big up to the panel. Hope everyone's well. Macy, Lawrence, Gianni, good to see you, gentlemen. Hope you're all well. Hope you're all well. I have been listening in the background as well, watching it, all the doom and gloom and that. So I suppose I better, I better strap in now, haven't I? Pause.
Nah, you're good.
Pause.
Yeah. So we just quickly before I jump you in here, we've got Stephen Gilchrist. Big up to you, brother. Come on, man. Aaron, who hired a complete novice? Yes, exactly right. It's the Cronkies, who has never managed a football club before in his life. That's the Arteta. Oh, yeah, Stan and Josh Kroenke. Come on, brother. I've never seen anything like it. This is frustrating, brother. Boy, it's double frustrating, brother. And Stephen, man, you've been too generous. Stop donating, yeah, brother. I'm telling you. And Joseph, Connor Golden, OG in the football chat, man. Get subscribing to Aaron and Rashid and to the rest of the panel as well. Do not forget that, man. We got Cole who's jumped in the building. I know he's the only one with a channel here, so don't forget to add Cole to that list. He sent that obviously while you weren't here, Cole. And plus, big up to Macy and Gianni. Yeah, Lawrence, and keep these standards up. Come on, brother. This is what we're saying, man. Big up to you. What we saying, my friend? Gun down. Standards, Berta. What we doing here? Who's got the bigger? Which one's bigger? Which one? Actually, do you know what? I won't do that.
That's.
Pause.
Okay, you've taken south on the question very quickly.
Yeah. He's got a big job to do, isn't he? Explain. Yeah.
Listen, I'm hearing a lot of reports about apparently Arsenal have put in a bid for Gyökeres, and it's all just smoke and mirrors at this moment in time. I'm just on the mind of, you know, until we actually see this person at London Colney signing the contract and holding up the shirt, what can you actually believe in? Back in the olden days, you didn't have social media back then and so on. The only way you found out is you found it in the newspaper. Having pictures of him taken with the Arsenal shirt. That was when you found out, by the way, Arsenal bought a new player. It's this person. It's in the papers. Or if you had the money, you could have got Sky Sports, who are actually, you know, proper factually correct at the time. Not now, they're not. They're fucking useless. But you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, transfer news it's all just waffle at the end of the day. And, you know, you get these likes of Henry Talks Football, that sort of thing. They try and conjure up some bullshit for Gyökeres. They said we got a source in Portugal. Yet for 7 minutes of the rest of the video, he didn't say who the source was in Portugal. It's like, just tell us what it is, for fuck's sake. It's not rocket science, man. But overall, mate, you know, all the clubs are moving like quick, and we're just pondering around. And I know the transfer window is shut. You could still negotiate with players. You just can't sign them until the window reopens. So why are we not negotiating with Gyökeres? Why are we not negotiating with Sesko? Why are we not negotiating with Eze? Why are we not negotiating with Hato from Ajax? Why are we not negotiating? Or are we just waiting for the window to reopen and then everybody else? You know, the whole point. You know, it's like when you're Amazon shopping. If you want something but you can't get it yet, you put it in your wish list, and the minute the alarm goes off saying, "Oh, it's available," that's it. Then you buy it. We're waiting around and waiting.
Yeah.
Oh no, we'll wait till everybody else goes in and gets it. Well,
yeah.
You know what, Aaron?
Go on.
You know what? I was just thinking, all this transfer talk, you should say this part of the show is sponsored by Jackanory and play the Jackanory theme.
I'd get copyrighted. I would. Yeah.
I mean, it is. I keep hearing the Jackanory theme. I keep hearing the Jackanory thing when I hear all these rumours about us. Yeah, I mean, anyone who doesn't know what Jackanory was, go and Google it.
What's the story in it, man? Come on, man. Look, it's ridiculous. It's a frustration, man. It's a constant frustration, and like what Carl's saying as well, man. You know, we're tired of it now. We're so tired and bored of it. When we thought that Bert was going to be coming in as a catalyst for change, as an even Gazidis like to say, nothing's changed, is it? Absolutely nothing has changed. And who pays the price for that? We do. Who would you want? Yeah. Let me go around and let me ask Gianni. Yeah. You got 3 signings. I think I might have asked you this before, but we'll ask again. You've got 3 signings, yeah, and a new manager. 3 signings and a new manager. Who are you doing?
Are we doing hypothetical or what's actually out there?
Yeah. No, yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. Well,
I think
Mancini.
I think I've made it pretty clear across everybody's channels
Yeah.
that for managers available, I'm taking Roberto Mancini. For signings, I mean, honestly, striker, I'm taking Ollie Watkins because he's Premier League proven. He's scored plenty of goals. I would take him because he's going to be cheaper than these other guys because we need to save money to actually build a squad and not just do a couple Hollywood signings and leave ourselves thin. Left wing, probably Baena from Villarreal. And then number 6, it's number 6. It could be several players. I mean, it could. I'm not a Zubamendi fan, but I would say I'd toss it up between Guendouzi, his partner, his other defensive midfield partner at Lazio, Rovella, Onana at Aston Villa is another person to look at. But yeah, somewhere within them for the number 6. Those would be my 3.
That'd be looking a lot better, man. Like for me, Arsenal would have a better chance of winning the league had we signed them players. Facts, Gianni. Lawrence, I'll say the same thing to you. Then we'll go down to Macy. Then we'll go down to Carl.
Okay.
3 players and a new manager. Would you keep the manager? No one's keeping the fucking manager.
Yeah, like fuck. No, new manager, Diego Simeone. Because I reckon he'd get a tune out of this squad. New signings. I'd go with Brian Mbremo and Johan Wisser from Brentford because they had impressive seasons last year, and I think they'd be brilliant for us. Mid in the number 6 role. I'm not sure. Trying to, just off the top of my head. I can picture the player, but I can't remember his name. But I really like him.
What club? Do you remember the club?
Wolves. He plays number 8 for Wolves.
Sure as Wolves.
God. Yeah.
While you're having a little think, do you know who my lot would be? I'd have Conte. I know he's just gone. Maybe I can't say that. I'll actually have Mancini.
Hands off my coach, brother. Hands off my coach.
I was waiting and instantaneously.
Hands off my coach, brother.
I didn't even finish pronouncing the T before you started wagging your hands. Well, I love you, Gianni, man. Big up, brother. Oh yeah. Okay, maybe not Conte then. Before Gianni gives me one of the ultras. Yeah. We'll swerve that. We'll say Mancini. Yeah. Well, I'll go with Mancini, who's gettable, is available for a start. I reckon Arsenal would have more chance of winning the league under Mancini if we was to get a Gyökeres, if we was to get a left winger, i.e. a Rodrigo, which might not likely get. But do you know what? Was it Yoga Bonito? Yeah, he told me about this geezer who's playing. I think it's Feyenoord. Paixão or whatever his name is.
The Brazilian Paixão. He's a stud.
I've been watching the geezer. He has been
he's a stud.
He has been absolutely on fire. That is a gettable geezer and all, man. He has been on absolute fire. He told me about him ages ago as well, by the way. He's the first person I see mentioning it, so I have to give him the absolute credit. And if you was to get an Eze in, I reckon Arsenal could do bits in the Premier League next year. I just don't trust Mikel Arteta to do anything with them. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Down to you, Macy, man. What you saying?
Yeah, the thing is,
manager,
Aaron,
and 3 players.
you want me to choose 3 players? Like 3 players that Arsenal.
Yeah, who would you have, brother? I'm giving you the reins. You've got the key. You've got win the dog's lead. Who
Of
you
course,
signing?
Aaron. Don't worry, I'll choose 3. So, I mean, I would love Paxio to come to Arsenal, but the thing is, I just don't want him to get. I just don't want Mikel Arteta to ruin his career because he's ruined already a lot of the other players' careers at Arsenal, and it looks like a lot of them are on the verge of turning on Super Duper Mick, and that's good because all the players need to show their attitude and just have the balls and the guts to stand up to this manager because he can't control them anymore. They have to control themselves. So, like you said, I would like Paxio to come to Arsenal. I mean, Eze could be a good shout because we need somebody to like cover in for Saka because Saka can't do everything all by himself. So I would love Eze at Arsenal. That would be a good option. And for a striker, I would take Gyökeres because for me, like Gyökeres, he's got some experience because he's been at Sporting for 2 seasons and he's won a lot of trophies at Sporting Lisbon. But let's not forget, he got Coventry to a championship playoff final, but ultimately they didn't make it to the Premier League. But that was the one thing he did, another good thing he did. So I would take Gyökeres at Arsenal. So those are the 3 players that I want at this football club, Aaron.
Yeah, no, facts, man. Macy coming out with the facts as well. I'm just glad you didn't start naming some WWE wrestlers. I'm not gonna lie, man. That's what I thought it was gonna. I thought it was gonna start going with a bit of John Cena up front and all of that. You know what I mean?
This ain't the longest yard 2.0, mate.
Yes, Cole. Oh, yeah, nicely into it. Come on, man. Manager, would you swap? And 3 signings.
Well, obviously.
What do you reckon we could do? Yeah. Come on,
there's a bear
we know
shit in
what
the
we're
woods.
doing here.
Okay.
Yes, he does.
So the one of 2 managers I'd have is either Simeone Inzaghi, even though he's gone to Al Hilal now. But I would take Al Ali's manager that unfortunately got binned, Giselle. I would take him all day long.
Yep.
You're giving me 3 players? So the striker I want, I would love Gyökeres. Definitely don't want Tesco. Watkins is a panic buy at this moment in time, if I'm my personal opinion. I'm taking Benfica's Pavlidis.
That's a shout. He's a baller. He's a baller.
Bangs in goals.
He's a baller.
Bangs in goals. Great good hold up play, and very, very technical on the ball.
That other kid too for them for a winger, the Turkish kid Hector Koglu.
Oh yes.
Him too
as well.
Yeah.
I will pinch one. I'm going to say this. I will pinch one of your players. Actually, no, I'm not going to pinch one of your players. I was going to pinch Alex Baena, but that's your pick, Gianni. So I'm not going to pick Baena. I love Baena, but that's your boy. So I'm going to take Rodrigo. I'm going to take Rodrigo on that left-hand side. And then, as a number 6 cover, go to Palace, get me Adam Wharton.
He's another good signing.
That's a shout. That's a shout.
Yeah,
that's a shout.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Do you know what as well? Just quickly, before we move over to QOYG, we've got James here in the building that stands stone cold. I will remind everyone, if Arteta wins anything next season, I swear to this, I've said this on camera, I will do full-blown Stone Cold Steve Austin, all 4 corners of the ring, and I will smash 2 cans of Stella, and I will be doing that. I swear to God. Yeah, 100%. And it's not the baby cans. We'll be doing the big cans. Do you know what I mean? We will smash them together, and we'll do a Stone Cold Steve Austin if we win something. We'll even get copyright. Don't worry about it. We'll play the music and everything. Do you know what I mean? I'll even wear the leather waistcoat. Fuck it. And I'll even nick my son's WWE belt. Well, you've got a couple of belts on all, Carl, haven't you? You haven't you? I'm sure I've seen it. Yeah, that's it. We're getting the old psh, dun dun.
And I will also do the I'll also do the Stone Cold catchphrase as well. And
What?
that's
What?
not that, this one. And that's the bottom line. Cause Stone Cold said so.
Oi, come on, man. Come on, man. Oi, well, listen, I watched that Attitude Era, man, where it was all like the DX and all of that. Do you know what I mean? The Triple H and you know what I mean? The X Pac, and they were doing all the fucking suck it and all of that stuff, man. I loved that, man. I was there for that. That was wicked, man.
NWO for life.
Yeah, you had like a bit of NWO, innit? That kind of things. Wrestling was sick at that era, though, man. Do you know what I mean?
There was something. There was a line that Jim Ross used. It was when Vince McMahon was doing his "Kiss My Ass" club, and no, don't drop the punchline on me here. So the Rock turned it on him, thinking he was going to get kissed by ass, thinking he was going to get Trish Stratus or Victoria or whoever.
Boy, she's still looking hot. Do you know that, Trish Stratus?
She's smoke.
So brought Trish out, and then he said, "Whoa, wait! You really think that was going to happen? No. This is the man you're going to kiss your ass with." He brings out Rikishi.
Yeah.
He brings out Rikishi, and he pulls his pants down. And Jim Ross says, and I quote, "That is the biggest crack I've ever seen in my life."
Well, we got Dad in the building. How you doing, Dad? Son, your favourite was the Bushwhackers. That was going back ages ago.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know if anyone remembers that. Yeah, Macy, you know it, man.
Yeah,
Big
they
up
were
you, Dad. Love you, bruv.
Especially the Walking too.
Yeah, that's it. Well, you know it, man. Yeah. Got more chance to win the lottery. Yeah, well, listen, I'll put the Euro Millions on. I could be a millionaire and I don't even know it. Well, obviously, I'm not. Do you know what I mean? But I'll still be here anyway, talking about Arsenal. I'll just be Well, actually, I won't make that joke. No. The Stella gets ahead of me sometimes. You know, we cannot make that joke. Quaja, how you doing, brother? Before I go down a line that I can't ever come back from. How are you doing, man? You've got one manager. You're going to keep the current manager, or you're going to sack him? I don't think you will sack him. You got 3 signings.
Obviously, I'm going to get rid of this manager because I'm sick and tired of this clown.
In the bin. Where does the manager go? He comes in here.
In the bin.
In the bin you go. Ooh, hello, Mikhail. Come on, in the bin you go. Ooh, gobble, gobble, gobble. Oh, why don't you put Kai Havertz in the bin? Gabriel Jesus
in the bin. Calafiori in the bin.
Calafiori in the bin.
Mine,
Anyone else
in the bin.
Zinchenko in the bin. Martinelli. Odegaard in the bin.
Havertz.
They're all in the bin. Havertz. Woo. Double in the bin. Slam dunk. What we doing here? Yeah, isn't it? They're all going in the bin. What we saying? 3 signings.
I would take Adam Wharton because he's better on the ball. He's so good. Composure on the ball. He's calm. He's in the midfield for Palace. Yeah. When he was playing at Palace, he was unbelievable. And I think for me, as a good player, I'll take Eze as well. I think he's a better dribbler. He's a better finisher. I saw his goal in the FA Cup final. And I would take probably Mateta.
Mateta? Do you know what?
Mateta's a great finisher
fair,
as well.
That's a very gettable 3 as well, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie. That's a very gettable 3. Like, you probably got room for a 4th signing.
I mean,
with that
Eze said
there.
he was an
I'm
Arsenal
going to give you a
fan.
4th signing. Fuck it. You get a 4th signing. Who else we getting in as numero Deutsch? No, that's not right, is it? No. Quattro. That's it.
Quattro.
Quattro.
Quattro, yeah.
Quattro. You get a 4th one, so I'm feeling generous.
I wanted Kvaratskhelia at left wing. I wanted Kvaratskhelia, but
right
obviously,
up, didn't we?
Because
we gosh darn
Kvaratskhelia he actually gave Timber a very hard time in this first leg. He absolutely chopped him up. Gotta give respect to Kvaratskhelia. Yeah, I'll take Kvaratskhelia because the way he's got pace and he's a better finisher. He's better than Martinelli at left wing, and he's better than our left wingers. So if you put him at left wing, and I think he'll do better. I think he has the pace, he can finish, doesn't take too many touches, and I think Kvaratskhelia will be a good one.
Yeah. Alvis giving a bit of jip to my chief mod, and also, by the way, there's a smoke Jew for anyone who doesn't know. Sits next to me at the Emirates Stadium. He's got the season ticket next to me. So he's check my watch time. You drunk moderator in the chat. I don't know. He might be drunk, but what are you doing, Alfie? I don't know. Like I trust Darren with my shit. It's why he's a chief moderator. So I mean, are you being a helmet, Alfie? I don't know. Let me know. Are you being a helmet? Let me know. Like he's probably not being a dick to you for no reason. I'm just saying. You must be being a bit of a dickwad in some way, shape, or form. Stop being a dickwad. That's the first bit of advice. Don't be a dickhead. Second bit of advice, definitely don't be a dickhead. And the third bit of advice I'm going to give you, if you've been a dickhead, then trust me, reevaluate your life. Don't be a dickhead. Either way. Do you know what I mean? That's just a simple metric of life. That's what we're doing. Check the comment, Brev. Yeah. He thinks he's funny. I don't know. I'll just check it, mate. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here. Oh, just sitting backstage. Sorry, mate. Boom. Giza, how we doing?
I'm all right, man. It's been a decent end to what's been not the best week for Arsenal.
It's been shit, isn't it?
When you
deep it, AJ, big up to you, brother. Long time no speak, mate. How you doing?
Life outside Arsenal's pretty good. It's just Arsenal's the problem.
Yeah. Oh yeah, your facts. Do you know what, bro? I said this on stream when I went on Lee's last night. My missus, she's cool. She's hot. My kids, they're great. They're doing well in school. My job's going good. Everything's going pretty much swimmingly. Nothing's phenomenal. You know what I mean? I'm not overachieving in terms of fantasticness, but my life's actually all right. Arsenal Football Club are the fucking worst thing in my life. By a country mile, Arsenal Football Club are the worst thing in my life. It's as simple as that. And I'm assuming maybe you're kind of getting the same vibes, bruv. And if they ain't, then your life is shit.
I'm not old enough to have seen Arsenal's last league title, so it's not fun.
How old are you, bruv?
20.
Oh, fucking, who's your pup?
Yeah.
He's a puppy dog. No, big up to you, brother. No, big up,
Yeah.
man. Johnny, what have you seen? A couple of FA Cups?
Yeah. And trust me, living with Chelsea fans sucks.
Oh shit! What was that? Your missus or your like group accommodation in uni or some shit?
Younger brother's a Chelsea fan. I'm the only one in the house that's an Arsenal fan. So yeah, I'm target practice.
Oh man, yeah,
That's rough.
yeah. That is absolutely rough, son.
To be fair, there's only one benefit out of that. It's why I've been very critical of the club, because getting laughed at by your younger siblings about football, that hurts.
Yeah, but do you know what? When he says them things, you stone cold stunner him just to show him who's boss. Do you know what I mean?
That's kind, man. Pile drivers are my preferred way of dealing with it.
Yeah. The old Undertaker choke slam and all that. You know what I mean? Just to remind him who's boss.
A Kevin Owens special. That's what I prefer.
Big up, man. You got 3 signings. Who would they be?
Good one. Brahim Diaz.
Ooh.
We need a winger, and he's the best one I can think of. We need a striker. Bloody hell! I mean, if we weren't playing Stoke football, Lookman would be my first choice. But, jeez,
nah. He wouldn't work at Arsenal. He wouldn't work at Arsenal, brother.
You're right, but he's a good enough player to where we should change our way. We should go back to how we were playing.
He would be good if he was the left. He'd be better if he was a left winger than he would be as a striker. He's hit and miss, man. He gets hot and cold in the City A all the time. That's his problem.
True. However, he's still an improvement on what we have.
Yeah. Well, anything's an improvement on him.
Fair. I suppose the last signing. Shit. I thought if I have. I'm trying to think, but you know what? I don't know if they'd sell him, but I'd look at someone like an Alex Bayana. Or alternatively, I think about Eze.
Yeah. No facts. Can I throw something in that's coming in the last 16 minutes? Yeah. and this is the frustrating thing. We don't know whether it's fact or not just yet, but we have to talk about it. Just in, Arsenal have zero contact with RB Leipzig regarding Benjamin Sesko. Apart from interest, nothing has happened.
Don't worry. Hey, you know what? You lot can laugh. You may as well celebrate this.
No shit, Sherlock.
Guys.
That's fucking
But
awesome.
Aaron,
That's fucking awesome.
All these.
I might do the Stone Cold
deluded
Stunner now.
AKB hostages have posted his face on an Arsenal shirt for the last month.
Nah. Listen, I'm glad there's been no contact. I'm not trying to see Kai Havertz on crap at Arsenal. Not for 60 million.
I have it on crap.
Nah. What we doing here, man? Come on.
I can't. You know me well enough. I'm still a prick at heart.
Only at Arsenal.
Who is that guy at Sheffer_G? I've never heard of him before.
I don't know.
I'll believe him because I don't want to see him at my football club.
I'll do some investigating. Give me a minute.
Yeah. I've seen it on about 3 different feeds of mine, yeah? Like, on 3
Carl's
different
on
feeds
it.
of mine, I've seen it.
God.
It might be bullshit, but I've seen it from 3 different things like
MI6.
that. I was like, well, do you know what? If it's spreading, it's worth talking about. While we're in the zone, what are we doing here?
Aaron, this is the same guy. This is the same guy that missed the 1-on-1 against Portugal in the European Championship. He absolutely stank the European Championship last year. We were linked to him, by the way.
Do you know what he is? Do you know what he is? He's Jim from American Pie. Do you know when he gets the chica in there? Oh yeah, Gianni knows the reference. Yeah. Gianni knows the reference, bruv. Do you know when Nadia's coming in there?
Yeah.
And he's like, so what's the expression? Shaven? And he comes in there and he's like, he goes, what does he do? Hold on 1 second. Let me get it off. He's like that. He's like, and he starts having a little Harry Monk in his pants. Oh, and guess what happens? He goes and done it again. That's what this Benjamin Sesko is. He's a pre-cum.
That's
what he is.
This is the same guy.
This guy,
he's good at height, but he's still the guy is good at jumping.
That's the yellow card.
He still gets 13 goals. That makes
brother,
no
he's
sense.
not even good at height. Okay. Do any of you guys actually watch the Bundesliga, or have you guys been watching compilations of this guy?
I mean, to be fair, given how bad Arsenal are, I don't mind watching other teams.
Okay. First of all, the guy that he plays with, Openda, outscored him and had a 15-goal drop-off from last year. Openda had a 15-goal drop-off from last year and still outscored Sesko the last 2 years. This is how shit this guy really... This is why I try to tell everybody, like I said on the last call-in show with Aaron, Leipzig plays a 3-4-3. Sesko has to play with another number 9 and a number 10 who's supporting him. These guys are all just watching compilation videos to think that this guy is good. Openda scored 24 goals last year, 9 goals this year, and he still outscored Sesko over 2 seasons. He should not be what we're looking at. He should not be what we're looking at whatsoever. This is all hype because of Arteta.
I've got a question for the panel. Would you not sign Sesko if they meant Isak and Arteta?
No. Man, that's a tough question. That's a tough question.
Because personally, I'd sabotage next season if you meant getting this manager out of here.
I think he's going to be out no matter what. The question is what's the damage going to be for a full year? So maybe, yeah, I would sign Sesko if it meant getting rid of him. But the problem is what happens. See, I said this when I first got on with Aaron, what we were talking about with Macy is that here's the question right now. We keep trying to find a different way how to space out these payments for a release clause. So do we really have the money? That's my question right now for Arsenal is, do we really have the money to buy all these players that they're saying that we're linked to? Because I think, Aaron, was it you or was it Carl or was it Shane that posted something on one of their streams that said that they were showing all the PSR for the English clubs, and Arsenal only had like 97 million before they were having to be worried about dealing with PSR. Because if that's the case, we don't have the money for these guys, and we're trying to come up with split payments over multiple
Might be
transfer
me.
windows to get these guys. And if that's the case, you know, we're screwed either way. We have to go dip into a market of players that's going to be south of 40 million per player if we're going to do that. Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Jeez, that is grim. You know what? I think we've got more money than what we're thinking, but I
Is
just
this
don't
actually
trust
real?
this club to
Is this
make.
actually real?
Yeah,
I think Arsenal have more. I think Arsenal have more money than people realise. I just don't trust these pricks to make the right decisions.
Yeah, mate. Like, where do you get that mistrust from? 5 years of crap, isn't it? That's what we all go from. People think that we've just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and we're just like, oh, we're just angry and we're pissed off all the time. Yeah. This is all crap. No. We have this point of view purely because it's historical based, the most likely scenario, and by that I mean, if Arsenal bottled three, everyone says that Arsenal's been in the league title. Yeah, we've been in the league title race for the last 3 years, and we've bottled every single one of them. Would you make Arsenal favourites for next season's title? No. Why? Because they haven't won it for the last 3 years. It's not fucking rocket science, is it? And the same can be applied to everything else. Like the likelihood of it happening. There's a reason why bookies make loads of money, and it's based on statistical odds and likelihoods of it happening based off of historical events, largely. It's not fucking rocket science. Do you know what I'm saying? Arsenal Football Club are in a very bad way. How have we found ourselves here on 6th, 97 million? How have Chelsea found themselves 300 million? How have Manchester City found themselves at 292 when they're facing all these charges? Because they're actually creative. They get creative with their things. But Arsenal are like, oh, yeah, we'll be classy. We'll be classy. Well, guess where classy gets you? Nowhere.
Well, Chelsea's in the position that they're in because Todd Bowley, the one thing that you have to give Todd Bowley for being smart is he's taken how baseball teams do scouting and signing and trading to the next level with football. You know, baseball teams in America, they have about 3 times the amount of scouts that a football team has, because it's not only scouts to scout out a player to sign to make the team better. They scout out players of their own team for what they can use to either trade them to get a higher draft pick, trade them for cash to increase wages. That's how baseball works over here, because in baseball you have the major team, but you have 3 minor teams underneath there. So you have technically a roster of anywhere from 25 to 40 people on each team below you. So in total, you have about 120 players on your roster. And that's the way that they do things when they're scouting people like that. That's why Chelsea are doing that. You look at the guys, they're signing guys for $1 million, then flipping them for $3 million the next season. That's why they're able to do what they're doing.
Do you know what? You might hate me for what I'm going to say, but please hear me out as an inexperienced baseball person, right? So I watched a film the other day. You're going to hate me for this. Please let me finish, and I do apologize.
Go ahead, bro.
I watched a film called Moneyball, yeah? And I watched, yeah? And I actually get the point what you're making, the way they just pick and transfer players like that. So when you're saying about Todd Bowley, you referenced it, and I was sat there and I was sitting there and thinking to myself, I was like, that actually is a little bit like that. When you're saying about how Todd Bowley does their things and he just like loans players out or farms them out or just starts stuff, I was like, that's so limited of knowledge, which is why I'm saying, please don't destroy me, yeah?
No, that's exactly how it works, bro.
That fucking is that. It actually is that.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I only watched the film to get my, but I was like,
no, bro,
that's what you mean, and that's actually a fair representation of what it's like. I'm like, I actually fucking get what you're saying.
No, that's how it works. That's how it works with Major League Baseball. Again, you have trades going on throughout the season. Teams are doing trades throughout the season, but it's mostly minor league trades because they're constantly looking how they're going to add more cash to what they have. Because over here in America with baseball, we have a salary cap. But because everything is tied together, because everything affects the major team, you're trading players or getting rid of players for cash or for draft picks for whichever reason, but all of it has to do with money. That's the reason why they do it. And he's applied that to Chelsea. That's why Chelsea's been able to make these crazy amount of moves and still have money available for them to do it. Now, obviously, they've done some shady shit behind the scenes where they've sold casinos or hotels to other owners within the group to be able to move the cash around. But majority of it is because they're applying the scouting system of what they're doing with baseball to the football team.
In fact, sorry for stuffing my face with a bag of crisps. No, I'm actually glad you didn't destroy me there. I was sat there and I was thinking, you actually are making a very good point with that analogy, the baseball thing, and that is literally how it's being ran. And I just take this opportunity as well to say it's still 230 people in the building, man. Do you know what? These Friday call-in shows, they're absolutely lit. Last year, do you remember last week? I think, what was it? I think we went to about 3 or 4, and we won't be doing that today.
We're not. I'm not doing no 8-hour stream again.
Yeah, we won't be doing that. But man, we had 150, 200 people in the building at 3 in the morning. We had over 150 at 5 in the morning. So
big up Joga if he's still in the chat.
Big up to Joga, but yeah, he was a legend. Big up to every single one of you in the chat right now, locked in, 230 of you. Trust me, you do not realize how much it means to me, how much it will mean to the panelists that we've still got your attention. I get it might not be for every one of you, which is why some people have gone, some people remained, some people might have just joined. But please, 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 let it be said. World class. Big up to every single one of you, man. You fantastic motherfuckers. Good for you, man. Buzzing. I'm so glad you're still with us. Carl, I want to bring you in on something here, my friend. Because we're talking about Arsenal Football Club. And I want to sort of take the stream to this way. Are you looking forward to next season?
No. At this current state of play. At this current state of play, no, I'm not, bruv.
Yeah.
We're moving slow in the transfer market. Everybody else, the likes of City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Man United, Newcastle, Tottenham, they're all moving quicker than us. And it's going to get very, very worrying at some point. You know, we've still got injuries. Saka needs a break.
Yeah.
He needs a serious freaking break. This is
he needs a new coach.
He needs a coach and he needs a break and a new coach.
A new voice.
But also
justice for Bukayo Saka. Justice needs to be served.
But you look at it, you know, we could our fixture list come out Monday, doesn't it?
This is like 18th of June, I think, on Wednesday or something like that, whatever it is.
On Wednesday. Okay, fair enough. So we'll find out then. I hope we get a fucking gauntlet. I hope we get an absolute gauntlet of a start because it's what this bloody manager absolutely fundamentally deserves. I personally feel like that even if we was to win one of the cups for this season, I don't think it's enough. 6 years in, and really all you got to show is a cup for your efforts. With this squad that you built, it has to be Premier League or Champions League from this point forward. But guess what? Because Man City bought players and because Liverpool bought players, I don't see us winning the league. So what we saying, is it Champions League or bust? A tournament we've never won in our history?
And the other teams in Europe are getting stronger too. We haven't seen what Napoli just signed De Bruyne. Okay, he's 33 years old. But we don't know.
Does he improve you, Gianni? Does he improve you?
100% he does.
There we go.
100% he does.
He'll be more. He's more.
Dude,
I don't think.
Dude, we got him for free. Yeah. We got him for free. Lobotka is rumored to be going to Barcelona. Our number 6 is rumored to be going to Barcelona for about 35, possibly 40 million. The other 2 young kids that we just signed are young guys from City of Beeve. They're both 18-year-olds, so they're youth players that we're investing in the future. From what my understanding is, from what we're hearing in Italy, Conte's once Lobotka goes, Conte's getting 230 million to keep building on Napoli. Now, again, I don't want to act like being biased because I'm a Napoli fan first, but if you're a big name player not in England, what project looks more appealing to you? The guy who just won the league with losing Varashelia and won with Lukaku and McTominay, that now has 230 million and can give you a starting spot straight away, or a team that has no idea where they're going and a manager that clearly has no idea what he's doing? I stress on Saka. One of the reasons why I stress on Roberto Mancini becoming the new manager is he will do the exact same thing that Slot did at Liverpool. If Mancini comes in, he takes the restraints, the handcuffs off of Saka and Martinelli or whoever plays left wing. These guys get to play football again. They're not having to play defense. All the injuries that we're talking about with hamstrings, particularly to the forward players, they're coming back and playing defense. They're having to run an extra 20 yards a game, 20, 30 yards a game that's unnecessary every single time because they're being asked to come back and play defense. Who the hell wants to do that? Rodrigo don't want to do that. You know what I mean? So it's the whole thing, like what Carl says, and we're lucky. We're lucky Aston Villa's got PSR problems because Newcastle, if Newcastle goes out and gets another right winger, I like Harvey Barnes, but Harvey Barnes can be improved upon. If they go get another right winger and let's say they get another center back, Newcastle's passing us by a country mile next year. We're talking about a top 4, top 5 battle and hoping that the Premier League is going to get the coefficient again because his coefficient keeps jumping around. So if we don't get the coefficient, we're in a top 4 battle to hopefully get Champions League. But, at this point, if it means we got to go in the Europa League to get rid of this fucking manager, I'm all in because he's got to go.
I remember telling you, Johnny, that some of my friends keep telling me we're going to do a treble. They were so cocky yesterday. They'd like to be saying that they were too cocky. They were like to me, we're going to get Šeško and Jokerej, but we can't buy players. And we're getting...
You better tell your friends to lay off the pot, player.
Yeah, and another thing is that like the longer this manager is here, the more we're not gonna win nothing, Gianni, because the fact of the matter is, all of our fan base they keep saying, oh, but we're making progress. Oh, but we're starting to compete for the Premier League title. Well, that's not good enough, because the fact of the reality is Arteta is still a rookie. No matter what people say, he will always and forever will be a rookie manager, because being a rookie manager is somebody who is still learning, but an experienced manager is somebody that can get someone over the line and get them to a trophy. And that's exactly what Arne Slot did. And the fact of the reality is he's an experienced manager. He won the Dutch title with Feyenoord, and the first thing he did, he came to Liverpool and won them the Premier League title. That was an amazing achievement. He was the first manager to beat Pep Guardiola and take his Premier League title. We saw that last season in the Bundesliga. Bayern Munich were unbeaten the whole Bundesliga season until one German club took their title, and that was Bayer Leverkusen. Xabi Alonso and Granit Xhaka. Like, Xabi Alonso absolutely masterclassed that Leverkusen squad last season, and to take Bayern's title. And now this season, Bayern are back to where they are, still the kings of Germany.
I look at the Liverpool situation. They only bought one player in Chiesa, and he didn't even complain. He didn't even complain about injuries, and we're out here complaining about injuries when Tottenham had 20 injuries. Didn't even have a proper midfield of Maddison and Kulusevski. Kulusevski damaged his right paella, and you look at Tottenham's midfield. I think they had a midfield of Saar, Bissouma, Beninkur. They still got goal, and then what they did was they had to sit back and defend resolutely, and they won the Europa League. Ange never really complained about injuries too much. Our fan base keeps saying is, oh, but look at the injuries. Look at the injuries.
Well, look at who speaks for the fan base. First of all, a gal wears a Toronto Maple Leafs hat every single stream. I don't know if you guys pay attention to hockey. The fucking Maple Leafs haven't won since the fucking early 70s or late 60s.
They haven't won since 1967.
67.
Years.
Okay, that's I 67. Yeah.
You're
so
talking
when you got
you're talking to their rival, by the way. You're talking to a Bruins fan, so carry on.
I'm a Chicago Blackhawks fan, but I fuck with the Bruins heavy.
I don't want to know about your dreaded history.
Let me quote what Van Persie
two goals in 13 seconds, player.
What about the Boston Celtics? Like, have they won something?
They just won the NBA title last year.
Really?
Last year.
Oh, really? Wow, that's a bit. That's an amazing achievement. Like, what phase are the Boston Celtics in?
Well, we got banged out the second round this time.
Guys,
so
justice for Kieran Tierney.
Are you a Boston fan, Carl?
Boston fan by default, but I started watching American football in 2008, and I started supporting the Patriots in 2010. But my old man supported the Pats since the early 70s, so hence the fact why I'm a Patriots fan. So cool. And I just followed. I just thought I just got bored one day, and I was living at my parents' house. So I was like, let's just put something on. Is there anything else on? I just found a hockey game. It was ironically Bruins versus Leafs. And I ended up saying, whoever won that game, I'll support that team. The Bruins won in OT. So I became a Bruins fan. I'm glad about that because I could not be a Leafs fan. I'd commit suicide very, very quickly. So
yeah.
Well,
hopefully the Florida Panthers win, so we don't have to see a Canadian team win.
Oh, please, for Marchand.
Johnny, I was going to message you, on Insta. And I'm deadly serious about this, yeah. Are you a baseball fan?
Yes.
I actually quite like it. I don't know why. I watch. I think it's a sport I'm going to quite enjoy. Now, don't fuck me around here, Gianni. I want to.
Sorry, it was somebody calling me.
To support. Who should I support?
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah. I'm kind of liking baseball, man. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, chat.
Hey, Aaron.
I kind of like the sport. I think it's quite cool.
Here, sorry, can you repeat that, Aaron?
Baseball. What's the team I should support?
Dodgers.
Oh, yeah. Johnny, that's all well and good. Can you hear me? Yeah. Of course, I asked one question all night. You know, is that what you're saying?
Well, let's be real, because you're 49ers fan, because you got the hat. You showed your hat. So you're 49ers fan. So if you wanted to stay in the San Francisco area, you could support the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah. We're SF over here. Yeah. But you know what I mean? I don't mind venturing out. I don't mind trying something a little bit new. I want to go to San Francisco soon. Woo!
I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm gonna go there, but I'm looking for a baseball team. Come on.
Who's your favorite baseball player?
I need some advice. I ain't got fucking Scooby Doo.
There is one baseball player.
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth, yeah. He's the only famous.
We're going back in the '60s now, Macy. Come on, man.
Oh, come on. But Carl, that's the only legendary baseball player in the world. Like
Dodgers, yeah. We got the Dodgers. Baseball was on late night channels all back in the day, yeah, man. Big up. Wait, it looks like quite a cool sport. I'm not going to lie, man. I was watching it, and it looks good.
Of all the sports I've tried to watch for American, baseball is something I can't. And I tell you why. I did try and watch when the first London series first came to the UK. It was Yankees versus Red Sox. I thought, right, let's try and get through a game and let's see if I can enjoy it. I got through about an hour and a half and I switched it off. I was like, it's just not for me. It's a bit like it's like cricket in a way. I'm not keen on cricket only when it's 2020 because it's literally. It's literally 20 overs, you just smack the shit out of the ball. That's all you do.
You don't like ODIs? You don't like ODIs?
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
No, not ODI. Sorry, it can be long-winded. That's what.
Yeah.
So
if it was baseball or cricket, I would rather participate in it rather than watch it. That's what I would rather do.
Because like an ODI match is like roughly
it's
9
good around
hours,
this, bro.
and like a T20 is like roughly like 6 hours, roughly like.
I was
'cause
wicked
like
at that, man. The old hand to eye coordination, man. I used to fucking beat the shit out of that fucking ball. You know what I mean? That sounds disgusting.
So you
But,
were saying you were saying you were liking baseball, Aaron? I'm sorry, my phone went deaf.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I was talking about teams, Johnny.
Oh, Carl's gonna hate this. So, I am a Chicago fan for everything by default because I'm from here. But when my family came over from Italy, they stopped in New York, and by default, me and my father are both Yankee fans.
You. I detest everything to do in New York. I detest it.
Listen, New York as the city is a shithole. I hate that city. I'm Chicago. Listen, man, Chicago's the best city out of the American cities, if you ask me. But I'm
That's where
biased
the
'cause
World
I'm
Cup
from
final
here.
is going to host. Next year's World Cup final will be New York. It's going to
Yeah,
stink.
at MetLife, not MetLife. MetLife. It's at MetLife Stadium.
100%.
MetLife.
New York is a dump. But
imagine the Football World Cup 2026. It'll be like 1 a.m. in the UK. Over there, it's going to be like, what, 8 p.m.? And you might hear it's going to be like, that's what I'm feeling. Because the Club World Cup starts on Sunday. One of them starts at 1 a.m. in the UK. Over there is at 8 p.m. I would rather watch like a game in the UK like around 5 p.m., 8 p.m. But we have to be staying up all night to watch a game. That World Cup is going to be so boring. I swear to you. If it kicks off, one game kicks off at 1 o'clock, I can't watch that match. I swear to you, I'm never going to watch that
because
match.
that's prime time game for.
it's all. Yeah, that's prime time over here in America, brother. Plus, dude. The whole reason why we got it is because the amount of money. That's all it is the money that's been poured in.
How big is the stadium? Is it very small? Is the American Stadium
MetLife Stadium's massive.
It's 80,000.
Is it that small? I thought it was a little bit bigger than that. I thought it was like closer to 90.
I think it's like 82,000. I think it is. If I'm not
okay,
82,000.
Yeah.
Do you know why as well? I asked this because as well, it gives me another opportunity to say thank you to the American following that I have for some reason. Mate, I looked at my the graphics or whatever it is, and like I think about like 25 or something % of the people that watch me are from America. I fucking love you guys, man. That is awesome.
Oh, dude.
Honestly,
you got to see
absolutely unbelievable. Like
the Arsenal fan base in America is massive.
Bruv, it's opened my ears and my fucking heart to you guys over there. It was never closed off in the first place. I'm not that kind of guy. I don't really care if, like, what you sound like, where you're from, what you look like, whether you're short, you're tall, female, color, religion. I've never really gave a shit about that. I've always lived my life on a twatometer. Are you a massive prick? Yes or no? And if the answer's no, then we're all good. And that's how I've always based everything on, a bit of a twatometer. And that's quite a cool way to live, I believe. And America, man, since I've done this YouTube thing, you guys have fucking blown me away, man, in terms of like, you just, like, I've never been one of them type of guys that said, oh, Yanks don't know what they're talking about. I've never been like that, ever. But what has made me appreciate more is fans from afar, regardless of where you're from, man. You're awesome, man. Absolutely awesome, man. It's fucking blown me away, man. Big up to every single person that ain't living in the UK that's watching, that's watched. Big up to fucking you, man. Superstars.
Dude, the American fan base for Arsenal is massive. If you were to come here in Chicago, we have a bunch of pubs throughout the city. The biggest one, as far as for football, is called the Globe Pub. It's up north. It's on the north side of Chicago. Anytime Arsenal plays, whether it's a Premier League game, any Cup game, or a Champions League game, you can't fit more. People are falling out of the joint to go inside that place that are Arsenal fans watching the game. Like in Chicago, the main English teams, Arsenal's number one. And then it's Liverpool and probably then Manchester City, because Manchester City actually built a couple of youth academy areas in the city, and they built a couple of like turf fields on the north side of Chicago. So they actively scout in the Chicagoland area.
Nice.
What do you guys think of NBA?
Oh, just quickly, Quasar, before we do that. Sergio San, no, you're good, brother. Sergio Gonzalez, big up to you, brother. Is it true the ladies love the British accent in America? Come on, Gianni.
Yeah,
Gianni,
it is.
oh, yeah.
it is.
That's what I was saying.
Is that
James as well. That's joined.
Is that true, or is that just a mirage from the film Love Actually? If you ever watched the film,
If you're not,
what you're talking about, I have.
You
seen
know
it.
what scene I'm talking about. He goes to his mate, goes, "Oh yeah, British women, they're fucking stubborn. They're so stubborn. Guess what? I'm going to the States. Book tickets out. I'm going to Wisconsin. Goes into a bar and he fucking goes back to the apartment with fucking 4 different women. And there's someone walking in the
or something.
If you're not the city that's most used to Brits would be New York. But besides
not used to Brits.
No, are used to Brits.
Are
used to Brits. But outside of New York, like you come to Chicago, if you went to LA, Florida, anywhere else, yeah, that is true. They love the British accent.
So if I was to say to you, Gianni, bro, do you know what? Funny I should say this, Gianni, but I'm coming to Chicago in a couple of weeks' time. And I'm a taken man. But let's just hypothetically say
You don't want to go out with me then.
Yeah.
Like with North, like you and North and Rashid on that stream a couple days ago, brother. I'll be showing you all over the city. I'll take you to the Latin Quarter where them fine Puerto Rican, Dominican, Latin women are all at.
Yeah.
Or down,
you're talking my language, Johnny.
or down by me in in one of the Italian sections over here. Yeah, I'll show you.
I was talking hypothetical anyway.
Like an accordion.
So I was talking hypothetical anyway, Johnny. So I'm there. That's it. And Johnny, you've come in and you said, "Oh, hey, Aaron, it's nice to meet you." And I'm like, "Yeah, big up, Johnny." Anyway, where's the cheeky Doris is at? You're like, "Oh, don't worry about it." So if I was to if we was to be in a crowd, and I was just to say, you used to introduce me over, and I was sort of like, "Hello, chicas, how are you doing?" Hello, darling.
The Puerto Ricans and Cubans and Dominicans in Chicago be all over you.
Really? Is it?
Mm-hmm.
You saucy, cheeky fucking Dominicans. Now I need to get to Chicago. How much is it? How much is the flight?
The last time when I flew to Italy, it was a direct flight. It was like $800.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Gianni, I'm going to hold you to that, bro. I'm telling you, man.
Hey.
I'm going to come to... When my missus finally realises she can do much better and splits up with me, I'm going to come to fucking... I'm gonna come to Chicago. Do you know what I mean? On the rebound. And
Are you a steak guy?
A steak? What do you mean?
Steak.
Steak? Of course, I'm a fucking steak guy. I'll rip steaks open for fun.
We got the best steakhouses in America over here in Chicago. Don't listen to the bullshit. Don't listen to the bullshit about Peter Luger's. New York's food is overrated. We got the best Italian food. We got the best steaks. We got the best food in America is in Chicago.
Johnny, what made you support Napoli? What made you support Napoli?
All my family's from there.
Okay. Is it from Naples, I believe? So they're from Naples and they support. Okay.
Yep. Here, hold on.
Look at this. Look at this. Look.
Look at that. Look at that.
Fucking, he's an ultra, bruv.
Born and bred.
You don't. I'm normally over there twice a year because I just bought a house out over there. But every time I'm there, I'm specifically there during football season. I'm going to see at least 2 games. If I got to travel, if I'm traveling with the,
you pissed off the crane.
See, now here's the thing. He's gonna think Chicago. He's gonna think Chicago pizza's deep dish. That's not. That's that tourist. That's that tourist bullshit. We don't eat deep dish in Chicago. We eat tavern style. So that. For those who know, no, Chicago tavern style is way better than New York pizza. But no, I bought my house in Italy last year, and I've been going all the time because I've been to Italy probably like 25 times because all my family's there. But yeah, we go see Napoli games all the time.
Yeah. Or I happen to agree with this Fanbase only. I'm not a pizza connoisseur, but I like the Fanbase. I'm not gonna lie. Do you know what I mean?
See, tavern style is thin base. It's the square cut thin style pizza is what is Chicago's real style pizza, not deep dish. That's all tourist shit. We don't even eat that crap here.
Yeah. It's too fucking doughy, man.
Yeah,
Do you know
it's
what I mean?
garbage.
Yeah. It's pointless.
It's
fucking
garbage.
pointless. Oh man, yeah, that's it. So I've already figured out. Do you know what? When I come to a fucking America, I'm going to fucking Chicago, man. I want to see the bitches that Gianni's got fucking on there. Wait, are you a single geezer, Gianni?
No, I got a half Puerto Rican, half Italian girl.
Of course.
Oh,
of course he has.
Of course he fucking has.
But she knows me and the boys always go out, so there's no problems with that.
He don't fuck about, does he, Johnny? He's a lad, isn't he? I'll tell you what, you're a geezer. I'll fucking like
Me and the boys are at least out 2 times a week. Once at least grabbing dinner together, the other one going out drinking.
Yeah. Listen. And is it one of them things as well? You can look but don't touch. And if you do touch, don't fucking say anything.
You ain't got it, dude. Ain't no snitching on this side over here.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Snitches can't be doing that. Do you know what I mean?
We live in an old Italian neighborhood. Ain't no snitching in our neighborhood.
Yeah. You can't be dealing with that shit, man. Big up to you, James. Big up to you, man, for jumping in, my friend. He's got the full Argentina on. How you doing, my man?
Yeah. Thanks.
He's got the Lionel Messi settings today. And he's got the Sunny D. Don't be getting too much of a fucking sugar rush on me now, my friend. Yeah. Don't be doing that shit. You got 3 signings. I think he's got the WE belt in there. This is what we're fucking. Right, you're answering all my fucking questions here. You know, he's making me want to do the old fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin. Dan. Who's your favourite wrestler? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's gonna do a fucking Sunny Delight, fucking Stone Cold Sunny. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that looks a little bit suspect, but do you know what I mean? We'll let you off. We'll let you off. Arteta, what do you reckon the job that he's doing, my friend?
He's doing a terrible job.
Absolutely wank, innit?
Yeah, Hazard won him out.
Well, I'll tell you what. I know that he's doing a wank job because you're not even wearing an Arsenal shirt. We're a country mile away from this, and this is why I always wear this shirt. I love this. I wore this on DG's shirt because I see the geezer that was on there was wearing a current jersey, and I always wear this as a prop to frustrate people purely because it's the last time we won the league, and I always show it. We've got the champions patches. Look who's on the back. Who do you reckon's on the back?
I'll say Lundberg.
Vieira.
Oh, Vieira. He was good.
Oh, captain settings. We got the captain on the back. Do you know why? Because this is a champions t-shirt. It's the last time we won the league. It's got the champions patches and it's got a captain on the back. An ultimate shirt. We're a million miles away from that, aren't we, brother? A million miles away from it, my friend.
That's why I wore me on.
It's so far away. Isn't it? It's frustrating. What can we say, James, man? Richie, big up to you, brother.
Aaron, my bro, first time, mate. I have had massive tours. Big up panel, everybody.
Big up, brother.
I don't know what's happened, mate. I don't even know if I'm doing this right, but I've just been doing shorts, mate. All I've been hearing is just basically create more shorts to get 50 subscribers, even though I've got a lot more than that. But it seems to have worked on here, mate. So hopefully. But I have been using Streamlabs. I don't want to babble on too much about that, but I've had a lot of issues with massive issues.
Yeah, fuck Streamlabs, man. Fuck Streamlabs. What do you reckon on the old Berta thing, bruv? What were we saying?
You know what, mate? With me and Arsenal, I'm kind of worried that is going to become maybe a puppet and come to Arsenal to become even richer. But if he's going to be Berta, what is Berta? Who's been at Atletico, I think, from 2017 to obviously now 2025, then he's going to do his thing.
He was
2013.
He was there for both league titles. He was there.
Yeah. And if he does his thing, we should be okay. But I've got my worries that he's going to try and do his thing, and he's going to be like basically pushed away, and he'll leave. I think if he's going to do his own thing, and he's stopped, he'll be like, nah, I'm not working with a puppet like Arteta and Garlic and Tim Lewis and going to Tim Lewis and saying, this is the player what we're looking at, this is the price they're asking. No, stop that. Don't go no higher than that. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously Tim Lewis, apparently they're saying he's the one who ticks it off. So I can't imagine him letting someone like Tim Lewis say, well, this is what they're asking, 35 million, and basically saying offer 30 million. I can't imagine him allowing someone like that just to control him. So I'm worried that he's going to fall and be a puppet. But if he's allowed to do his thing, I think he's going to do all right. But I'm not going to judge him on this season. I can't on this summer. I think he's got to have a full summer, then go again in January just to see what he's like. But you'll start knowing, I think, when it gets to January, if we have a decent window, then you'll be like, I think he's responsible for the change a little bit. But it don't matter who we sign, mate. Arteta's a stubborn smug prick, and I can't stand him. I cannot stand him. I can't believe we've got a manager. He don't even know how to play a plan B.
Yeah.
He's literally apprentice learning his trade, mate.
You're talking facts, bruv.
Honestly,
yeah.
Sorry, mate. When I hear his interviews and that, I just think it's like listening to Wenger's latter years saying we'll only sign a player if they're exceptional. We're open to do business. We're working day and night, and if we find something, we'll do it. Now, Wenger had that backed up with all his trophies, changed English football, nutrition, etc. But now you've got a manager what's literally been Pep's assistant, never had to go to a board and say, we need this player, we're in desperate need for that position to be filled, we need this much money to be... He's never had to do anything of that. Why have we been landed with him? He should have kept Emery and just give him another season and a lot more money.
Facts, bruv. Facts. I need a quick hit and miss. One.
I generally have no words. Only that I think Sabaton just emailed me. They want their fucking lost track back.
It's nice to meet you all in all, panel. This, like I say, it's my first time I've jumped on, and I've always wanted to. I've been talking about Arsenal/football since I'm about 8-year-old, and like I was just saying to Aaron, I've tried to get on live doing my own streams, but it's just not working. So this StreamYard hopefully might be the best one, but we'll see. But yeah, it's very good to be on, mate. Thank you for having me as well, and panel, chat, big up everybody.
You're good. You're good, bro.
Aaron.
Go on.
I remember Van Persie said when Arteta was appointed as Arsenal manager in 2019, he said,
Big up my guy, Jogger.
So what Van Persie said was, Van Persie said in 2019, when Arteta got the job in December 2019, he said, Arsenal can't win the title with Arteta as their manager. I don't hate him. As pundits, we need to say the truth. Arsenal need a manager that has won a lot of trophies and with a winning mentality deposited deposited in the players. Arsenal is not a club where upcoming coaches can go and learn learn how to coach. Arsenal now need a manager that has won a lot of trophies and want to win more. That's what our former legend said. Van Persie said that himself.
Exactly. That's why he left, bro. Standards in the bin. That's why he left.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't like Robin Van Persie for it. I really don't. Like, I'm still pissed off with him, but you can't blame him.
He's a winner, Aaron. That's why.
Blaming him. He's a winner.
Yeah.
You can't get mad. You can't get mad at him for that, man. I was mad.
I am mad, but
I hear you, but you know the problem is, you know, here, perfect situation. When Higuain left Napoli, we still hate him to this day. But you can't get mad at it if the owner is purposely holding the team back because of lack of funds or trying to be cheap. Arsenal at that time was being cheap, dude, because here, I don't think anybody on here would argue if Arsenal had a pair of balls at that time and they didn't sell him and they added Podolski and Cazorla to what we had, we should have won the fucking league that year.
Yeah.
But it's the same old story with them.
Who's Napoli's rivals? Do you know? What are rivals of Napoli? Who are Napoli's biggest rivals?
Juventus. We're not allowed to go up to the Juventus stadium, and their fans aren't allowed to come down by us because we get violent. Us with them, us in Roma, Salernitana, just because they're from the same area as us. But Juventus, Milan, and Roma are our three biggest rivals. Roma, like there's been killings between the two ultra sections between us and them, and same thing with Juventus. Like we go bad at it with them too.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm going to welcome a new guest on, Miko Johnson. How you doing, brother?
Big up, guys. Big up.
What you saying, man?
Big up, mate.
You got your cam on, hence the you've been added, brother. You know, it's a little minimum requirement that we do here. Do you know what I mean? Just in case anyone's going to do any weird shit. Big up to you, brother. What you got to say and everything? I don't know how long you've been listening, my friend. It's your chance to have a little say, man. What you thinking, bruv?
Yeah, so Aaron, I came across you on Never Thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I super chat a lot there. So I've got a good relationship with Kaz and the man and but
yeah, Kaz is cool, man.
I've been supporting Arsenal since 2008. Season ticket holder for 6 years.
Nice.
And it's just the same thing over and over again. 2015, go back. 2 or 3 signings to win the league, striker to improve on Giroud. We didn't get it. We signed Petr Cech and Sonogo. 9 years later, it's the same thing. Nico Williams chasing for 18 months. Eventually, he's going to go buy in the Barca. 1 and 2, whatever. I think the main problem we have is if Isak goes Liverpool, it's done. It's done before it's even started. So we can all do our hypotheticals. This manager, we can see his maximum is 89 points. Last season, we peaked. I called for his head last summer anyway. I didn't call for his head this summer. It was last summer. Yeah. We maxed out under Arteta. And the problem with this club is we have a lot of young fans who are sexually frustrated and sexually attracted to this manager. That's the problem.
Right. Boy, you're talking facts, bro, and you kept it straight face on it. I love it.
Yeah. Is it Femo AFC? Femo AFC, one geezer on Twitter said, Sesko 6'5". Have you been in the room with a geezer that's 6'5"? I'm like, just come out and say you're gay. Go to Pride and see you're gay. No one cares.
Oh, Matt Meeker's coming with the fucking jokes. I love it. Go on, bro.
Is he going to get me 40 GA? Is he going to get me 25 league goals? Is he going to alleviate pressure at Saka? No. The thing is, we're going into a new season, as I said. Salah and Haaland, Liverpool and Man City have a guaranteed person that's going to get them 30 goals. We know that already. It's what we did. Everyone's talking about Rodrigo. I like Rodrigo. Rodrigo does not work as a left winger with Skelly left back. Skelly doesn't overlap. He inverts.
Mika, can I just jump in for 1 second, yeah? To add to your point, and I'll let you go again. Sorry. Yeah. Why do people assume that Haaland's going to get 20, 30 goals a season, and why do people assume that Salah's going to get 30 goals a season?
Because I'm an auditor. I'm an internal auditor. We do accounting. We deal on empirical evidence. Is there literally?
As an ex bookmaker, I agree.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
As an
I
ex
muted
bookie,
myself there.
yeah.
Right there. That was exactly what I was going to say. On evidence. You answered it beautifully, my friend. Why do people think Haaland's going to score 30 goals next season? Because he's scored it for the last 3 or 4 seasons. Why do they think Salah's going to do the same thing? Because he's done the same thing.
And he's mad, Aaron. Sorry to interrupt, mate.
We're asking for Jokeres over Sesko or something like that, and then everyone's going, yeah, but how can you say that? Because he's done it before.
Bro, it's the fact that I think Haaland's been in 3 years, 36 goals, 30, 28, I think, in 3 years, and he's been out for some months as well. Man City now go and spend 80 million euros on Marmoush, who for me is going to explode next year. He's going to explode next year. I think them two go off for it as well.
Like Alvarez.
Back.
Yeah. I think the problem with Man City, I think on the transition, I think they may get beaten up a bit. So I think they're 1 year behind. But again, what Man City do, they'll address their problems again next year. Unlike us, we'll just stand there with our dicks open, naked, and say, come beat us up. So we'll leave that for another day. I just think Arteta's maxed out. I think Enrique will have another year at PSG. I think we need to capitalize on that before Man City take him. Because we know it's going to happen. Guardiola's going to leave for 2 years. Enrique will leave PSG next year, take the sabbatical, and Man City will do Enrique ahead of us. Because again, we'll just be standing there. I don't think Berta lasts the full year. That's just my opinion. I think Berta falls out Arteta even more and walks.
Yep,
and
I agree.
And I think that shines a more negative light on Arteta. The problem is, we're just not an ambitious club. How many big signings have you made since you've gone back to the Champions League? Rice from West Ham, very good. He's not 105 million pounds.
Tumbleweed. Exactly right, isn't it?
No, it's true. When in the Europa League, the owners will get out of their arse and sign big players. Pepe, Aubameyang, and Lacazette, we've done it. But when we're in the Champions League, as soon as it hits the money bar that they've earned, nothing. Last summer, we signed Marino, Calafiori, and Sterling. This is a club that's going for the Champions League and Premier League. Marino, Calafiori, and Sterling. Calafiori leave the side because I still think he'd be a good player. But we didn't need a left back. We didn't. So, going back to the Rodrigo point, I think people are fascinated with FIFA a bit too much. Rodrigo is amazing. Doesn't suit Arsenal. Nico Williams suits Arsenal because he's a touchline winger, allowing Skelly to come in. Yeah, allowing Skelly to come in. And I think Williams at Arsenal, I'm pissed off. I'm fucking sorry about language. Sorry.
No, you crack on, mate. No, you've found the right place. Have a little swear. I don't care.
I'm so close to exploding because
try
Nico
not to
Williams
use the C word. Other than that, you're all good.
I'm so close to exploding because we've been chasing Nico Williams for 18 months. 18 months with no plan B at all. During that time, Doué has moved, Kvaratskhelia has moved, Savinho has moved, Marmoush has moved. All within our realms that who we can sign. We didn't. We've done musical statues as we always do, wait for the number one target, and then when we don't get him, we stand there. So who are we going to get now? Semenyo? He's not ceiling raised at all. So who are we going to get? I think the way this window is going to go, I think we're going to finish 4th or 5th. It reminds me a lot of, you know, that Solskjaer year when they bought Ronaldo and Varane and it just all capitulated after I think it's going to happen. I think we're going to the Emirates next year and I think we're going to get like a 2 or 3-0 beaten by like a big club and that will just start. And you know, fan base, very toxic. One defeat can just we'll start booing again. I want this man out. And it's not even fully his fault. I think he's done a good job. He's hit his ceiling. But some of our fans are making him out as if he's Pete Wenger or Pete Guardiola.
That's the problem. You made a point, and I'm gonna touch on that very, very soon. But we do have to have a say goodbye to one of our panelists. He throws a 180, but he's got 20/20 vision. His name's Carl. Big up to you, brother.
Big up, Carl.
Big up, Carl. He's dressed like an absolute
Florida
geezer.
Panthers, Carl. Florida Panthers. Brad Marchand.
He's dressed like Charlie Sheen. You know what I mean? And his penis record is clean.
So, it's a known fact. I played darts since the age of 13, right? And this shirt I actually bought from Unicorn. Unicorn was a major darts brand, okay? This shirt was back from 2006. This is a medium. I'm 34 years of age. It still fucking fits me to this day, and I'm shocked when I put it on. I was like, how the hell does this still fit me? Basically, I was playing in baggy shirts since I was a teenager. No wonder I played like shit. Anyway, I digress.
Everything was baggy in the 90s, mate. Even the pussy was. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Wait, I'll tell you what was in the 90s. Every woman had a Shane Gooner haircut. You know the fucking trim, a little Mohican. You know what I mean? A little strip. You know, a little
landing strip.
Everyone had a Shane Gooner on their head. They're absolutely bald on the sides and a little sad strip.
You right, Jeff? Usual? Yeah, nah. Yeah, give me a David Beckham. Yeah.
No, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Mohawk for the World Cup. You know.
Yeah. give me a Shane Gooner. Give me a vagina cut.
Aaron.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Big up Shane, though. Big up Shane.
Had a little strip there where you think, yeah.
Leave Shane alone, man. I know this is you telling your revenge gun for being 4'9". So it's.
I'm 5'10.8".
Aaron, do you mind if I just jump in, mate, before I leave, buddy?
Go on, what was that, bruv?
Do you mind if I just jump? I'm just testing this basically. Going back onto that Man City thing, just regarding like with the ambition, etc. I mean, that interview, that 2-part interview with the owner, CEO, that was just class. He got asked about, I think they said, all these trophies you've won, and he said, you know, what now? He says, the trophies are history. Next season is the future. And I just thought, wow. When you hear that from an owner, that is when you know you're going to be just reaching top, no matter what. And he said it will never happen again what happened last season, ever. And they were going to sign Marmouche in the summer, and they brought it forward in January. What a guy.
Sorry, bro.
Josh Kroenke will just say, we need to do better next season. What? Drop points, make it non-double figures between Arsenal. I mean, God, the more you talk about it, it infuriates you, especially with the owners, Arteta. That's it. I do have to go in a minute. I just wanted to just get that one in.
What's your name, bro? Sorry?
It's Rich.
Sorry, Rich. Just to go on your point, God bless you for saying that. Watch that interview again.
It's brilliant.
The thing that Calhoun showed, which is the most important thing for leadership, is accountability. He said,
absolutely.
Me. I made a mistake last year. We weren't aggressive enough in the transfer window. Every leader needs accountability. Me. We're not going to do that again. And
no way.
You bet your bottom dollar they're not going to make that same mistake again. They signed 3 players. We're mid-June.
They're going to blow us out water.
I haven't even gone Ibiza yet, and they've signed 3 players already. Literally.
They are going to blow Arsenal out water next season. I guarantee that.
Yeah, it's a City pool. It's a City Liverpool again.
Rodri back. Haaland's pissed off. He even said he were annoyed scoring 23 goals, I think he was. He says, I've not been up to like my normal standards. I mean... And we get Havertz, who scores 15 in all competitions.
Rich, what's gonna kill this fan base? What's going to kill this fan base is we've been told by the board that Isak is not available. When he makes that move to Liverpool this summer, these little kids on Twitter will start going mad. So I'm just gonna wait. Because I think he's gonna move to Liverpool. I think Newcastle.
And he is the only striker I've seen in years what reminds me of similarities to Henry. The way he shifts the ball, the way his body position is, the way he's ready to latch on, the way he cuts in. I just absolutely love that guy. He's absolutely class.
Can you imagine the front three of Salah, Verts on the wings, and then is just creating?
And then back up with Diaz and Gakpo, and
it's done. I saw Liverpool today. I linked with Edison as well, Atlanta, the midfielder, as a backup. It's like they're moving their business so quickly.
He's a very good midfielder, Ederson.
But
he's a very, very good midfielder.
He is, but he's not going to start.
Liverpool bought Frimpong. They bought Frimpong. Liverpool replaced Trent with Frimpong. He's very quick and he's going to cause problems. When we play Liverpool, Frimpong's going to absolutely cause problems.
And to touch on what Michael was saying about Nico Williams, here's what's going to make you even madder about this. Nico Williams ain't going to go to Bayern. He's going to go to Barca. And the money they don't spend on Nico Williams this year, after just letting Leroy Sané go, they're going to pull another English robbery after they got Kane. I guarantee you if we fall out, no, not Eze, they'll go and get Saka. Because they'll have the money to go and pull Saka away from Arsenal, and Saka's going to want to start winning trophies and not play defense as much as he is under Arteta. I guarantee you.
Sorry,
Well, just on that, before I do
not
leave,
claiming-
I do think Saliba's going to go to Real Madrid if they call him this summer. And I've said this before, and it's wild, but don't be surprised if Man City think we need, because one thing what Man City's got, they've got Diaz, Akanji, Stones, Garvadal. I think they need a defender now. What is the best? Because Diaz was the best. They need an upgrade, and I think don't be surprised if they target Saliba.
Rich, bro.
So-
Rich.
Saliba go to Real. I bet you they get Bastoni.
I think
Yeah, and also,
you're really underrating Gvardiol.
And then-
He's brilliant.
He's unreal. He's
Great goal scorer as well.
No, he played centre back. He moved to centre back mid-February. Look
Yep.
at the league.
Well, we gotta let Carl go, guys. We gotta let Carl go.
Just-
Big up, Carl.
just-
Big up,
Big up, Carl.
Just one more thing. Man City were sixth in the Premier League for February, when we beat them 5-1. I was at the game. After that game, look, Pep moved Gvardiol back to his normal position, centre back. Since then, I think 14 games, they were top of the league. They didn't lose a game from mid-February onwards. They drew against Southampton, fair enough. Diaz and Gvardiol, for me, will be the best partnership in the league next year. Mark my words, I said this now. That'll be the best partnership next year.
Yeah, and also Ethan and Skelly could be leaving as well because after the Newcastle,
they'll leave. They'll leave.
Yeah, I saw those pissed look on their faces. They are saying now, I don't want to be in this fucking club anymore. I should just pack my bags and play elsewhere. And I hope they go and find new clubs because I just want these two youngsters to grow and mold together into top superstars. Because if they stay at Arsenal, their careers will get destroyed by this manager.
Yeah. Arteta's already took the piss out of Wanyeri towards the end of the season, playing Odegaard, who's been our worst player this season, and Wanyeri's been one of our best.
I think Managerial will go. I think Managerial will end up going, yeah.
Micah, to go on what you're saying, I think what'll end up happening is if City doesn't win the league this year and Liverpool do it again, I think they'll move Diaz on. I think they'll go get Bastoni from Inter because he's more of a ball-playing center back to fit their brand of football. But what I think Saliba is going to go to Real Madrid just because of the French connection. But I'm telling you, if Nico Williams lands at Barca, if Bayern don't spend big money, they go as is and run it back next year and win the Bundesliga. I guarantee you, Bayern going Saka next year because Saka's going to want out.
I'm not just trying to expose myself here. But
Pano, I'm going to have to leave. Thank you very much, Aaron. Cheers for having me, bro. And hopefully I can jump on more and maybe do my own lives if it's working. Big up, chat. Thank you very much, everybody. Take care. And I'd say keep checking news, but it's pointless. Unless you want to see Arsenal looking for how many uncles this player's got, how many cousins he's got, because that's all we get. Monitoring FC.
That's funny, bro.
Yeah,
Big up,
Everybody. Thank you very much, man. Take care, everybody. Bye.
Take care, brother.
Take care, brother.
All the best, man.
Do you guys think, with just a neutral question, with Wirtz and Shirky, the Premier League is back at the top now with these kind of players again?
No.
Wirtz, Shirky, Palmer. You don't think so? Okay.
No.
What league do you guys think? Just out of curiosity.
I'm still taking La Liga.
Yeah, La Liga.
I'm still taking La Liga. But it also depends on the summer transfer window of what ends up happening with Inter and Napoli and AC Milan. Because Napoli's got about 200 million to start for Conte. If they sell a couple players, they'll have about 250 million to add to Conte's team. Inter has about 100 to 150 million to spend because of what they did in the Champions League and getting second place. And AC Milan has to revamp. They're shopping Rafael
The Undertaker.
Rafael Leao and Teo Hernandez right now. And I think that's going to be an interesting thing as well. So, but La Liga right now. Definitely La Liga right now.
You actually feel La Liga?
I do just quickly have to have a word of our sponsors as well by Shane Rooney and Jolinho. We have to put up a video of their sponsors, yeah?
What the hell?
What are these more top?
The receding hairline.
Get the fuck out of here.
I think he's trying to
It's our sponsors. It's our sponsors.
Is he Odegaard's brother?
I'm just saying there's products out there, yeah.
All right, a dude using a curling iron, that's a problem.
Word from our sponsors. A word from our sponsors. Go on, carry on. Sorry, I just had to write it.
No. It's interesting because all this debate you see on social media about Premier League or La Liga or Serie A thing, I actually think the Premier League, England and Spain are so clear of the other leagues as unreal. If you look at the coefficient as well, the last 15 years, it's been won by England and Spain the most in the Champions League. And I think, no offense to any Italian fans here, I think the league is finished. I think Inzaghi leaving Inter, for me, this was a person that maximized every bit of talent out of that club. No matter what, I think Inter just go backwards from here. Napoli, we know Conte's Champions League record. It speaks for itself. It's awful. Even Arteta's got a better record than him. Arteta's beaten semi-final. Conte hasn't. I just feel like sorry, bro. Yeah.
So I'm a Napoli
won a
fan.
league title, though, no?
I'm a Napoli fan. So I'll be. Here's the thing. You are correct about that as far as the Serie A, only because of the funding. They are currently, the Serie A right now is currently in negotiations with Saudi to possibly get a new marketing deal. If that deal lands in, we're talking about 300 million getting dispersed between the clubs. If that happens with the way that we've been able to move and how we're able to dodge everything with PSR, like our versions of PSR and FFP, I think the Serie A can come back. That's number one. Number two, Napoli is not in the position as the club size that we are to really worry about Champions League right now. We have to take the advantage that we have and start building on winning more leagues than worrying about European, which is why I'm fine with Conte being the manager. I think right now, the biggest issue with the Serie A is the financial problems that the three big teams have as far as Milan, Inter, and Juve. But that stems back from the creation of financial fair play and when the league was still good. If Inter can win, let's say Inter doesn't win the league, but Inter gets back to a Champions League semifinal, I don't think they can with the new coach decision. I thought they were stupid with getting Kivu. But if they get there again, we're talking about 200 million getting knocked off their debt. If Inter Milan can knock off 200 million of their debt over 2 years, Inter Milan then has enough money to go back and really put themselves back to where they were when like Roberto Mancini and Jose Mourinho were the managers of the club. So the league is hurting because of the amount of money that we get. But if that new contract and new marketing deal comes in with Saudi, that league can come back very, very fast. The only reason why I say La Liga over the Premier League is because I think the Premier League and I love the League Cup. I love the Carling Cup. But I think the extra amount of games takes away and adds more injuries to the Premier Leagues as opposed to the other leagues because they don't have that extra cup to play for. And I think overall, La Liga plays way more of an open game than the Premier League does. I think everything with the Premier League this last couple of seasons has been way too system. And if it doesn't fit the system, then everybody just reverts to get a little bit more defensive. Plus, the youth talent coming out of Spain right now is miles ahead of England. Only because the coaching, I think, is better. I think the overall talent that England has is ridiculous. But you see it with the English national team, these fucking coaches just don't know how to coach that team. England's national team should have won a fucking trophy, whether it was against Italy in the Euros or should have got better in the World Cup. England's talent is unreal. They just don't have the coaches that know how to harness the talent.
Yeah, no, bro, I agree with you. I just
Well,
sorry.
can I ask you a question there? What do you reckon is going to last longer, Arteta or Shane Gunner's hairline?
Shane Gunner's one, the Argentinian top, yeah.
Shane Gunner's hairline.
Shane Gunner's hairline.
I'll tell you, bro. Sorry, Shane.
To put it into perspective, I'll give you visual effects. Hold on, because I think it's only fair. It's only fair we give you visual effects. Who's going to last longer? Right, hold on one second.
Shane, my bro.
You think Shane? You think that? I don't know, bruv. I don't know. I think you're treading in uncharted territory here. I don't know. It won't let me upload it. Of course, it fucking won't.
Sorry.
So I know you're talking about coefficiency spots and that, but I even think the Liga Portuguese is better than the Prem in terms of the way they play football and in terms of technical ability. 100%. I think the Prem's absolutely boring.
No. The Prem's awful. But the thing is, we say the Prem's awful, and I agree. It's been the last 2 years. I think it's dropped completely. But then come to the Champions League, I think we're shit. I was at the game. We fucking dominated Real Madrid. We fucking battered Real Madrid both games. United are shit. United are shit.
Yeah,
They
you got to
battered-
remember that's one of the worst Real Madrid teams. That's not a Real Madrid team on form. That's not a Real Madrid team on form.
Were we on form? Were we on form? You weren't on form.
But let's be honest, right? Let's strip it back and be completely honest, right? 2 Declan Rice screamer of a free kick.
Yeah.
How often does that happen?
Courtois made 3 double saves that game. 3 double saves in 3 different actions. I was at the game, bro.
And
I'm not trying to like say you didn't watch anything. I was at the game. And by the way, I just started by saying I'm the biggest Arteta out. But like I watched the game with my eyes. Even the away game where the whole week we heard about remontada. Vinicius didn't get past Timber once.
Right, okay,
walking in the burger.
But this Real Madrid team as well, what you got to remember is when Mbappe's come in, they're centering that play around Mbappe. When they didn't have Mbappe, they looked a much better outfit. Now,
exactly.
Let's ask you a question. Last year, would you have felt confident playing Real Madrid?
No, but then no. Last year, Real Madrid would have beaten us. They wouldn't have thrashed us to like we did. They would have beaten.
What do you reckon next year? Do you reckon if we play them again, we beat them?
I think with Alonso, I think they beat us. But what I'm trying to say is, even last year at their peak, I know they won. They conceded 42 shots against Man City and they sat back the whole game. Even because Valverde and them came off the pitch and said that's the hardest team to play against. They got very, very lucky at time with the penalties. They should have got battered out. Both legs, they got battered. So I've seen Madrid. But again, I do agree with you. I think Alonso, I do think Alonso will possess more control of this Madrid team. So I'll be honest there. And I think
didn't Madrid in the first leg as well miss like a few shots against us, like open shots and open goals as well in the first leg?
Madrid, the first 12 minutes, the first 12 minutes should have been up 2-0.
Yeah,
they should have been up 2-0 against Arsenal, and Arsenal got away with it.
Gianni, Real Madrid last year would have been 2-0 up, and we wouldn't even score them free kicks then because I helped to win down.
Bro, so what's your name, bro? Sorry.
Aaron. Yeah, Aaron.
And Aaron, bro, I agree with you. I actually think entertainment-wise, La Liga is clear. Better football, more open. And I think it's been a thing since, I don't want to say, but I think Guardiola's kind of declined a bit and Klopp's left, obviously. So I think the league is kind of recovering now a bit. But when people are not saying you, when people are saying La Liga teams are clear, why the fuck are Man United beating?
Why do they dominate the Champions League then? Why do La Liga teams dominate the Champions League over English teams?
The last 6 years, England won it 3, La Liga won it twice.
But the English teams didn't play Spanish teams outside of Man City and Real Madrid. The Real Betis final with Chelsea, that's the first Spanish team to lose a final in like 22 or 23 finals.
Exactly. But going on what Aaron said, when Liverpool won the Champions League, they beat Barcelona 4-0. When Chelsea won it, they beat Atletico 3-0 aggregate, 2-0 against Simeone, and he beat Zidane 4-1 on aggregate as well. So these are the stats here. Like the last 5-6 years, we've seen it. Madrid won the Champions League against Liverpool when Courtois was man of the match, making 14 saves. We've seen it with our own eyes. I don't think he's as clear as what people are saying. Atletico Madrid, again, bro, just one last thing, sorry. When was the last, do you know the stat about the last time the Spanish team reached a Champions League final that wasn't Real Madrid? Do you know? It's not even a trick question. Do you know?
Oh, no, it's bad. It's
11
bad.
years. 11 years.
Yeah.
Do you know,
11 years. Okay.
It's all right as well, saying about Courtois.
Yeah, it's Barcelona 2015, no?
Yeah.
11 years. It's all right saying about like Real Madrid and Courtois making this amount of saves, but it's almost like you get a world-class keeper, you get world-class performances, right?
100%.
But the other thing too is the biggest thing is the money. The biggest thing is the money.
Yeah,
the biggest thing is the money. If you, I stand by this. If you were to give La Liga and Serie A half the amount of marketing money that the Premier League gets, I don't think the Premier League is anywhere close to dominating in Europe. Just because.
If you give La Liga probably money, it'll be a whitewash. La Liga win every year. Serie A, we've seen it in the 90s when they had the money. They didn't dominate Europe. We saw it. Milan had that period from 88 to 93, 3 Champions Leagues. No one else won that part of Juve once. They didn't. Spain have dominated Europe fully.
Oh, 100%.
I'm just trying to say the last 7-8 years, like we've seen some real fraudulent performances, especially from like Barcelona and Atletico. So it's like you're not what you're perceived to be. But
100%. I agree with that.
Yeah, but I do agree with Aaron. I do agree with Aaron though. If with Real Madrid and everything, I do think they'll be back next year. I do think they're back next year and Barcelona as well. I'm just saying, it's a good combo to have. It's a good combo to have. I just think it's a bit like 50-50.
I just think in general, the proper way of playing football.
Sorry, a Star Wars reference. They'll be back and in greater numbers. I'm sorry, I'm a nerd. I'm sorry, I love Star Wars. I'm sorry.
Big up there.
I can't help myself. I love
Just
Star
for me, I prefer the way the Spanish teams play football. Myself. Yeah,
Agreed.
yeah.
Agreed.
The only team I've seen, the most dominant performance I've seen in the Champions League history for me is when Man City beat Real Madrid 4-0. You know, that semi-final where Valverde came up and said, what do we play against? But it's like, Spanish teams do that to anyone else. I've only seen English teams do that once or twice. So no, I agree. I think, like I started this argument, I hate to say it, I think England and Spain are comfortably clear of everyone else. And that England because of money, Spain because of coaching, and the fact that Barcelona and Real Madrid are there. That's why, for me.
Aaron,
So I
just
think
one thing on that comment you brought up. Star Wars is great. It should have said Star Wars was great because Disney killed it. By the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Big up, Jog, 100%.
Everything they touch just turns to shit. Do you know what I mean? It's self-sabotage.
It's like Arteta.
It's
like Arteta. Everything turns to shit that he touches.
So someone here said I'm a top greener. Like,
we're absolutely wank. But do you know what was good? Fucking what's it?
Rogue One.
Rogue One.
Rogue One was fire.
The best part about that was Darth Vader, wasn't it?
Baller, yeah. Where they show you how they got the plans for the Death Star. That was a fucking sick film, man. I can't lie. Rogue One. Yeah. That's a bit of me, man. That's got to be up there in my top 5 films of all time in terms of Star Wars.
Really,
man.
that high?
Empire's number 1. Do you know what I mean?
100% Empire Strikes Back is the best one. 100% is the best one.
Number 1, man.
People shit on the prequels, but I like the prequels personally.
No, they're good. The back 3 sucked. These last 3 they made were shit.
Yeah. I like.
But to go on what Micah said, why the fuck are they saying Micah's a top gooner? He's just spitting facts. What?
Arteta's not good enough.
Yeah.
Just gonna drink 2 seconds.
Mike has come on this platform and spat nothing but fact.
Mike, would you take Roberto Mancini at the team right now?
Yes, because for me, Mancini is very, very. So I don't know what you guys think. Mancini will do a slot type of job for me, where it will just be like identifying what's needed. Saka and Martinelli, for example, don't track back, focus on attack. I think he gets more goals out of Havertz. I think he makes the midfield more flexible, more dynamic. I think I'll take Mancini. I'll take Mancini for sure.
So me and Aaron have been going back and forth and juggle. We all agreed. I was the one that was starting the conversation. I said I would take Roberto Mancini in a heartbeat, and it's exactly what you said. The biggest problem at this fucking team is that Arteta is holding back the wingers. We're not able to get the goal output because these guys are basically playing as wing backs because of how much he's trying to say as far as the defense. If Mancini comes in, Saka has his first 20-goal season in the Premier League, hands down, easy. And my personal opinion, Aaron, you know this because you and me have talked about this. You want a 10 out of 10 window, sell Odegaard, sell Havertz, sell Calafiori, sell Havertz for 20 million. What you get back off of with his salary off the freaking books is basically 40 million. You then can go out and go get a good enough player. Odegaard, take advantage of all these teams that keep saying, oh, Odegaard this, Odegaard that. Odegaard is shit. But if you guys rate him for 55, 60 million, sell him because his salary takes us to damn near 80 million back for him. Calafiori is garbage. Calafiori's not top 8. Calafiori's not top 8 best center backs in Italy, and he's not even top 4 best left backs that we have. All he is just hype. I don't know why, but AC Milan's trying to sell Teo Hernandez. I take Teo Hernandez in a heartbeat if that's what you want, an offensive left back over Calafiori. But sell him to AC Milan and get the money and go out and get some other players.
Gianni, you and Aaron were saying, I basically said the same thing as you and Aaron about Mancini.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think Mancini needs a slot in the back.
Do a better job.
Yeah,
do you know what as well? Like a Simeone, let's just say, I know that's more unrealistic, but Simeone would come into this job, and I'll tell her to its credit, You have to give him props. He has created a decent defense.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? He has created that, and we will all give him his props. What's that? They're praising. I'll tell you, yeah. Well, when we see good, we say good. When we see shit, we say shit. It's not fucking rocket science, is it, everyone? But someone like him would come in and go almost like, do you remember what Conte done? Well, after we demolished him 3-0 and went for Chelsea, went, yeah, do you know what? This kind of ain't gonna cut it. And then he changed it and then pretty much won every fucking game since.
Yep.
That's what Simeone had come in and go, all right, yeah, this Arsenal team's pretty good. They go, bang, all right, we need a striker, we need a winger, and we need another midfielder. Bang. I reckon if Simeone came in and we signed a Gyökeres, a Rodrigo-esque side player, and then we signed an Eze, I reckon we'd win the league. I'm sorry, I do. We'd be right up there. We'd be right.
No, we'd win. Simeone would turn that back. Simeone would turn that back line into an iron wall.
Yeah, exactly my point. It'd find something in that. You've got the Declan Rice there, Partey if he's going to stay, Zubimendi if he but look, the ingredients are there. The platform's there for him to build on. Just go get someone that can put the ball in the fucking net. Why haven't we not done that in 5 years?
Because Arteta doesn't want it.
5 years.
Because Arteta wants to copy Pep. He wants to have a false nine. The problem is that everybody forgets the rotationary false nines that Pep has had has still put the ball in the back of the net. Does everybody forget that the false nine for the longest time for City was Riyad Mahrez? Riyad Mahrez was bagging goals. He fluctuated. The other thing is, look at how PSG played under Luis Enrique and how everybody had a shot in the center. Everybody moves around freely in the front three. Arteta doesn't do that. Saka is stuck in the right-hand side. Martinelli is stuck on the left-hand side. Havertz is stuck in the center. Nobody fluctuates to go out to the wing and allow somebody else into the center in free-for-all. That's why Inter got destroyed. Yes, Ousmane Dembele was setting the press as the center forward on the team, but Doué came into the middle. Varashelia came into the middle. You didn't know how to stop that attack because it was free flowing. That instantly would help Arsenal get to the next level. The problem is he's too rigid in this defensive mindset, and it's not helping us.
Gianni, I agree with you 100%. Everyone's talking about false nine. 2021, 21, 22, Pep's 2 seasons. The false nine, look at the record. Mahrez, Foden, Gundogan, KDB all got over 12 league goals. They all did. Jesus got 12 league goals. Ferran Torres contributed, Sterling contributed. This guy is too obsessed with trying to copy Guardiola. Even with the back four, the 4 centre backs, he copied it as well. Just do your own thing, bro. Just do your own thing. And
Johnny,
sorry, mate.
No, I was just going to say with the whole Pep thing. Like what? with the whole copy and Pep thing, we touched on it last week, Gianni, didn't we? Remember in the Europa League against Villarreal, we decided to drop Emil Smith-Rowe as a
he dropped Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang for Emil Smith-Rowe to be a false nine. Like you should have been sacked right there for being that much of a fucking idiot.
He saw Pep do it in the match previous in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Yes, against PSG, right? Yeah. PSG.
Hey, Gianni. Quick question for your for Serie A next season. What do you think of the 3 newly promoted teams to Serie A? Sassuolo, Pisa, and Cremonese. What do you think of them coming back to Serie A next season, bro?
I think the only team that survives is Sassuolo. And that's only if Berardi stays on the team. Here, you want a market opportunity for Arsenal? I'd go get Domenico Berardi as another rotationary winger. Berardi, here's a fun fact. Berardi is the 3rd highest goal scorer in the Serie A of the last 12 years. The only 2 guys that have scored more goals than him is Dybala and Ciro Immobile, and Immobile is not even in the league. And Berardi can play right wing. He could play right wing back up to Saka. He could play number 10. He could play left wing. Or if we want to still go through this false nine nonsense, he can play there. And he's only going to cost 20, 30 million. Again, I stand by this. My biggest problem with Arsenal is we've gotten away. Arsenal used to be the scouting team. Arsenal used to be able to find a gem for 2 million, 3 million back in the day. Now, obviously, that's changed because of the amount of money in football. But that used to be our calling card as being the scouting team. Why we've turned into this Hollywood team makes no sense because Hollywood doesn't mean success. Inter Milan was Hollywood for how long? They didn't win shit. Real Madrid, the biggest club in the world, we call it the Galacticos era. They barely won with that team. Hollywood signings doesn't automatically mean you're going to win. You have to build a proper squad, and that's the problem. If we take for granted what they're saying, Arsenal has 100 million right now, but maybe 300 million. Well, Sesko's damn near 100 million. If you get Rodrigo, that's 80 million. There's 170 right there, and Zubamendi's 60. That's 230 million. We still have how many people leaving the club? You're now going to tell me that 70 million is going to be for 4 or 5 players to rebuild it? Come on, man. We can't be doing this shit.
Of course not.
No.
But the biggest surprise for me is Pisa coming back to Serie A, and their manager is Inzaghi's twin brother Filippo Inzaghi. So what do you think of Pisa coming back to Serie A?
Pisa got mob money, brother.
Oh,
Pisa got mob money. That was a bookie's dream to get Pisa in there. They'll drop back down unless somebody else invests money into them. The same thing with Como.
It's a shame because if Simone Inzaghi was still Inter manager, we could be seeing an all-out battle between him and his brother in Serie A next season. But now that Simone has gone to El Ahly, like Filippo's all by himself now.
Dude, if you were offered 26 million a year for a job, you'd go.
Yeah.
And plus, here's the thing, full disclosure. I know Simone Inzaghi's getting a lot of hype because of what he's done with Inter, but at the same time, here's the flip side if you don't watch Serie A. Inter Milan on paper has been the best team for 4 years, and he's only got 1 Scudetto. I like Simone Inzaghi. He's a decent manager. What he did at Lazio was very impressive. He won trophies for Inter. But if you're at a club like Inter Milan, if you got the best team on paper, you have to win the Scudetto, and he didn't do that. And I'm sorry, especially my club, Napoli, we were nowhere near being the best team either 2 years on paper with our roster, and we got 2 Scudettos off of him. So I like Inzaghi. I don't think Inzaghi's the guy for the job. I think if you were to look for a new guy for Arsenal, I'm taking Roberto Mancini in a heartbeat. Or we should have called up Massimo Allegri before he went to Milan, if I'm being honest.
Can I just say something?
Available.
Sorry.
Yeah, come on. No,
I just want to bring it.
Get Xavi.
Come
Why
on,
do we not get Xavi? Why do we not get Xavi? Xavi's available. He's won a league title with Barcelona.
I want Xavi Hernandez.
Brother, here's the thing about Xavi. He did do that with Barcelona, but here's the problem. Everybody says, oh, Xavi's got an eye for talent. Dude, when you got the youth academy of Barcelona, it's not hard to have an eye for talent.
When you have La Masia, the best academy in the world, it's easy, isn't it? I could do it.
Legit. Barcelona, and what other club do you want to talk about the last 20 years? Maybe Chelsea, because Abramovich rebuilt Chelsea's youth academy.
Maybe Ajax at one point, they had a good academy.
Ajax had a good youth academy.
In the 90s, man.
And Jogo, who do we say when you and me were on Aaron Street? Lyon. Those are the 4 teams that have always had an unbelievable youth academy. But Barca's always been miles ahead. Xavi, come on. When you got that much talent coming through your youth academy, it is what it is. And plus, Real Madrid took a year off and had a ton of injuries that year when he won. So if Real Madrid was at full strength, would they really win? I don't think so. Xavi's okay. I think Xavi needs to take his game to another team, and let's see what he does before that. Roberto Mancini is tried and proven.
One thing I would say as well, getting back to, you said earlier about the whole Van Persie thing. I think the problem with this club is, even if you do get the right players, and I just think there's a mentality issue at this club. And I said last week, Sharon, it comes from the fans as well, and it comes from the owners.
Oh, 100%.
You only have to look back. I saw an interview of Fabregas, and he said whenever they used to lose a game and he used to sit on the team bus on the way back, he'd have players around him just laughing and joking, talking about what they're doing on the weekend, and it didn't bother him losing, but it bothered him because he's a winner. And do you remember when, was it Hector Bellerin and was it Olivier Giroud come out and said, Alexis Sanchez wants to win too much? It's not all about trophies.
Yep.
There's a mentality issue at this club. That's what it is. It's all mentality.
Mate, just to go on what you
said it in a negative light. We want to win too much.
So just to go,
Could you imagine saying that in the dressing room with someone like Patrick Vieira?
They'd get
Tony Adams.
Patrick,
Can you imagine that?
Patrick Vieira, and Tony Adams be throwing right hooks at all them damn players.
100%. 100%.
You get picked up, strangled until your legs stop kicking.
Yep.
It's funny with Olivier Giroud, though, where it's not all about trophies. He's gone to win every fucking trophy available. So what's he talking about?
Sorry, bro. What's your name?
Mine?
Yeah, sorry. What's your name?
Aaron.
Aaron. Oh, yeah, both Aarons. That's okay. Good.
2 Aarons, yeah. Double trouble.
Aaron, just to go on what you
We
said.
don't fuck around as Aarons, do you know what I mean?
Just to go on what you said, I 100% agree. I went to the PSG game, first leg. Our manager's doing a speech as if we're going out to war as a country. Bring your grandma, bring your granddad, bring this,
Bring your
that.
boots.
Bring your boots, everything. Just fucking play the game.
They bring their tifo out.
Do you know what it is? It's too much of it.
You know what I mean? It's too much. And this is what you guys will talk about Vieira and everything. Look at modern day people like Van Dijk. Trent fucked up one game against Man United. Van Dijk definitely messed them up in the change room. So there are modern people. I think Rice has that mentality. But again,
do you know what? I question his mentality because you see what Arsenal have won in the previous years. If he was an elite level player, you'd want to go somewhere that's going to constantly win titles. And Arsenal in that club, I've said for a long time now, if you look back the last 10, 15 years, the players that come here, they know 2 things, right? 1, there's no pressure at this club. 2, you guarantee a big payday as well.
Aaron, I think I met my brother now. So if you thought I was negative at the beginning of the stream, I think I met my brother now. God bless you. Because everything you said, I've said it when I landed. I don't think you were here when I landed earlier on the stream. I went on a little rant for like 5 minutes. I agree. We glorify and we love losing in this club. We love being second, third place, singing Sweet Caroline, holding hands at the end of the season. We love to lose.
But you know what?
It's a comfortability.
They don't understand
comfortability.
They don't understand what winning is. They don't understand what winning is. So I think they don't understand what failure is. They think failure is not getting top 4.
It's not even that. They hold higher standards for other clubs. But when it comes to our club, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Absolutely fine.
This is what I mean.
The standards for other
circumstances.
We're the only club. Arsenal is the only club that holds standards, like you said, for other teams, but don't hold it for ourselves, right? How is it these guys, like specifically Jogo, like what we said last week when you, me, and Aaron were talking about it with Spurs. Spurs had a better season. They walked away with a trophy and they're in the Champions League. League position doesn't mean shit. The history, Arsenal is the third biggest club in England because of the trophies. That's it. Trophies is what makes you. So you can't sit here and say, oh, we're the third biggest club, but then laugh at somebody else. Oh, you finished here. Yeah, well, guess what? They finished there, walked away with a trophy, and guess what? They're in the Champions League just like we are. It makes no sense.
Newsflash, sorry. This third biggest club nonsense. You know, Man City are 3 league titles behind us. They've got Champions League. They've got Champions League above us.
Chelsea and Manchester City, in terms of trophies, won are very, very close beyond us.
It's City, I think, because they've got Champions League and 3 league titles behind. I think Chelsea are 7 behind us. I think.
In a blink of an eye,
end this decade, Man City match us league titles for sure.
And imagine Chelsea. Chelsea is still operating the way that they are. Got more money. Imagine if Chelsea puts a team together and now they're competing. Like this is the problem that I don't get with the top gooners, right? Newcastle are legit 3 solid players away from passing us by. They're legit 3 solid players from passing us by. They get a better right winger. If they get another class center back to pair up with Botman, Dan Burns cool, but Dan Burns takes days off random here and there. And could cost them.
With Kudus, Pedro, and Diamonde, for what I saw. Joe Pedro's nearly done. Kudus is depending on whether West Ham can get a player on like Harvey Barnes plus money, and then Diamonde is who they're linked with. If they get those 3, they have a better start level than Arsenal for sure.
Oh, 100%.
They do.
100%. You got them, and here you got them. You got Chelsea. We're lucky. Aston Villa is dealing with PSR because everybody forgets. Besides Emery being a better manager, look who the sporting director is. It's the same sporting director that turned Sevilla from a $200 million club to a $1 billion club. He's the guy that worked with Unai Emery at Sevilla to get that club to where it's at. Like the top gooners are taking this for granted. And here's the thing: what happens if the Premier League has a complete shit year in all the European competitions and the coefficient goes away? We may be in a top 4 race. That means 5th place may not be Champions League next year.
Who's playing Conference League next year? Is it Brighton? No, because Crystal Palace.
Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest.
No, Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest.
Crystal Palace malarkey of
Crystal Palace is in Europa League because
they won the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you win the FA Cup, you're in the Europa League.
Yeah. But imagine if we imagine like it was 2 years ago, where the Premier League teams have a rough time in the in the European competitions, and we lose the coefficient. Now what? Not because right now, Michael, with what you just said with Newcastle, they get them signings. We're talking about we're fighting for 4th.
And Gianni, right? Not only that, I know we all banter Man United and have a good old laugh at Man United, but let's not remember, right? They're one of the biggest football clubs on this planet, yeah? They are the English equivalent of Real Madrid, right? That club, whether they finish 16th, whether they finish 7th, 10th, it doesn't matter. The amount of pull they have got, they can still attract the very best. Now, if they get their shit together, the whole league's in trouble. The whole league's done.
If they get that front three of Emblemo, if they get that front three of Emblemo, and they end up getting either, they could take Gyökeres or Osimhen. They get either one of them at the striker with Cunha and Emblemo. They're going to be a problem next year.
And let's be honest as well. Aaron said, if we get Eze, if we get this player, we'll win the league. I don't think we will, and I'll tell you why.
No, he was saying that if we got Simeone as the manager.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because with this manager, I just don't trust him to improve anyone, to be honest with you.
Exactly.
Well, like I said to you last week, Gianni, I said to you last week, we had one of the best strikers in Europe who plays off the shoulder in Aubameyang, but he decides to play him on the left wing, tracking him back to left back. So what are you doing? What are you actually doing?
Yep. One of the best, not only best strikers in Europe, let's be honest, of the previous generation, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang is top 10 best strikers, possibly top 5. The guy's goal output from just the Bundesliga, when the Bundesliga was the Bundesliga, when the Bundesliga was top 3 best leagues, when Serie A was really crap, he was banging goals for Dortmund like nothing. And same thing when he came to Arsenal. The guy, listen, I'm sorry, man. Troops alluded to what happened there. If he got kicked off this team because he was late from coming back to checking on his mother who had cancer, I'm sorry, Arteta should have been sacked right then and there for that.
Wasn't it more about them having a punch-up or something, was it not?
No, that was the whole reason. He had a punch-up because Arteta was after him because he was late coming back from checking on his mother who was dealing with breast cancer. If that's the case, dude, come on, man.
Wouldn't surprise me, Arteta. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, because he's a piece of shit.
But you know what? He's like Pep Guardiola. I think he's a bit of a snake. He looks like a sort, like even with Ibrahimovic at Barcelona, what he said about Guardiola, he don't really rate him. He said he's not a man. Do you know what I mean? Ibrahimovic has no love lost there between them two after the Barcelona thing. But I remember with Aubameyang, the first time I ever heard about him. Do you remember when Gabon won the African Cup of Nations? I think it's like 2010, wasn't it? 2011. And I don't know if you remember, but when Neymar was at Santos, they both had like similar hairstyles. He was playing for St Etienne, and I remember watching his first game from St Etienne to Borussia Dortmund. He scored a hat trick on his debut, and I thought, "Wow, that's a player there." He came, if I remember correctly, he came out of the AC Milan Youth Academy. Yes, he did. Yeah, he did.
He came out of the AC Milan Youth Academy at the same time. No, listen, I still think that's one of the worst decisions that the club ever made was backing Arteta over Aubameyang. I would have let Aubameyang stay in and told Arteta to go fuck himself. Because Aubameyang's the one that won him that FA Cup in the first place. He wouldn't have that FA Cup if it wasn't for Aubameyang.
And in the final.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Arteta didn't want to Tony because of his attitude. Arteta didn't want to Tony. We had the opportunity to get Tony, but Arteta said his attitude was the problem.
His attitude was the problem because Aubameyang got time for an idiot.
But Arteta's created a little comfort blanket, though. That's the thing. He's created a comfort blanket over years, and he's taken 5 years to do it.
An environment to lose.
An
environment to lose.
We've got Rook. Big up to you, brother. You're saying about you want to jump in and have your say, brother. Big up to you, my friend. How you doing, brother? Yeah, you're on the 90 degrees on that side, but big up to you. You're on mute as well, by the way.
Doing the cartwheel.
You're on mute, my friend. Brooke, you're on mute. That's it. That's it. You're off mute. Rook, what we saying, brother? Are you frozen there, my friend?
Just going back to what Aaron Benito said about Man United.
It might be a Wi-Fi thing, my friend.
No, I'll just say as well, Mike, before Rook comes in.
And come back in.
Let's not forget as well, before this manager come in, Matteo Guendouzi was absolutely balling at this club as well. And we got rid of him just because of that thing at Brighton. I liked what happened at Brighton. He showed a bit of passion, a bit of fight, sticking up for the team. I loved that. I love to see it.
And the kid now, Aaron, like you, me, and Aaron were talking about. Matteo Guendouzi has grown into one of the top 5 best number 6s in Italy. Him with Lazio, him and his partner at Lazio, Rovella, both of them are better than Zubamendi and cheaper. Lazio said if somebody wants Guendouzi, because Napoli was looking at him to add to the midfield for Conte, they said 35 million. I'm taking him in a heartbeat over Zubamendi because, again, we don't need to shell out all these money for these players. We need to build a squad. We don't just need 4 players. We need a fucking squad. We can't go through what we had last year where we played all these guys and now guys are playing every 2-3 games and continually getting hurt. We need a squad. We got too thin of a squad right now.
You know, we're very lucky. We're very, very lucky that PSR have been an absolute bitch to Newcastle last 3 years. Because if the Saudis were allowed to do what they were allowed to do, trust me, there will be no 3-horse race between Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool. There'll be Newcastle, Man City, and we'll be down with Chelsea in that 4th or 5th.
Yeah,
we're very, very lucky that PSR have literally held Newcastle back. But the thing is, Newcastle now have cleared off their PSR. They have $250 million to spend this summer. If they get the 4 or 5 players that Gianni's talking about, this will be the beginning of us going back to that 4th, 5th, 6th bracket with Chelsea, Villa, maybe Man United, because you can write Man United also. And I think Tottenham get stronger under Frank. I think Spurs get stronger under Frank. I think they do. Obviously, with Spurs, there's always a ceiling, but still.
Spurs, I think the jury's still out on Thomas Frank. We'll have to see what happens this year. I thought Spurs was stupid. Again, I know I feel like I'm like his lawyer right now and hyping him up. I'm surprised Spurs didn't make a big step and try to sign Roberto Mancini. In my opinion, I don't understand why there's this whole holdback from him. I think he improves.
Your uncle, Gianni?
Damn near. But dude, listen, the proof is in the pudding with him. The only 100%, club, 100%. The proof is in the pudding with him. He's a winner. He had no what sealed it for me. He had no business. Italy had no business winning that European championship. He took the worst era of Italian players and won the European championship. And the only reason why we didn't qualify for the World Cup was because so many of those players when we won were hit with injuries. That's it. We had no business winning that. England should have beat us. Spain should have beat us. Belgium should have beat us. The guy knows what he's doing as far as a coach. I think if he comes in, he gets a tune out of all these players at Arsenal.
Gianni, I'm sorry. I'm 27. I've been supporting this club for about 20 years. Arsenal do not make these kind of appointments. Mancini, Conte, Enrique, Allegri. We don't like. It's Chelsea and Man City that make these appointments. We don't like to make these kind of appointments. Even Man United, even Tottenham had a period where they went Mourinho, Conte. Let's see what we can win. We've never done this. The closest we've done was Emery, and we sacked him after a year.
Yep.
Yeah, but Micah, that shows you what Tottenham's about as well, isn't it? You know, Mourinho gets into their first cup final since whenever, and then they go and sack the guy. Well, we're just loser clubs. I mean, trust Arsenal, right? Trust Arsenal. When there's managers available, quality managers with a CV, we're going to appoint a novice, a complete novice, and no managerial experience.
I'll lose a mentality.
Was available at the same time.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the Arsenal PR. Joga, you, me, and Aaron talked about this the last stream. Ancelotti was available when we hired Arteta. The whole reason why
should have been the other way round, Gianni. Should have been the other way. It should have been the other way round. Yeah, he should have went to Everton, and we should have took Ancelotti. He should have been on work
The
experience
only
at
reason,
Everton. He
the
don't-
only reason that
Thomas
Ancelotti did
Tuchel was
not get the
available
job
when we were 15th in the league in 2020 to 21. Thomas Tuchel just got sacked by Paris Saint-Germain on the back of losing the Champions League final in 2020 to Bayern Munich. He was sacked. He was available when we were 15th. He went to Chelsea and
what
won
did
the
he do?
Champions League.
That's what I mean. He won the Champions League, got into FA Cup final. Yeah, beat Man City 3 times on that way as well.
It was Lampard's team. He didn't make a signing. I don't think he made a signing, Mike.
did make a signing.
No, that was the year. That was the year they were under the transfer ban because they hit the transfer ban when Sadi was there. The only transfers they got was Kepa and
No. It was the year
no. When
after,
Tuchel
because-
came, the season Tuchel came in was the year they were hit with a transfer ban.
No. When Tuchel came in, that was a sub on Lampard.
Oh no, you're right. You're right.
Ziyech,
That's
Werner,
yes.
Tuchel took that
You're right.
team,
I'm sorry.
played
Yep,
Hudson
you're right.
Odoi right wing back. Found out Hudson Odoi wasn't the right wing back. Played James and Chilwell there. Never looked back.
Yep.
Never looked back. Like I said, it just goes back to like we don't make these decisions at all. And Aaron, going back to your point, Arsenal for me, like they talk about the big clubs in this country. The big clubs in this country are Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool, and Man United. There's not Arsenal, Tottenham. What is Arsenal nonsense? We haven't been a big club since 2004. Since 2004, we haven't been a big club. All those other 4 clubs have won Champions Leagues in that era. I've won multiple league titles. They're laughing at everyone's laughing at Man United about the club. They've won the Champions League and Premier League way more recently than us.
You know when I would say,
And how many finals have they been in? They've been a shit team, and how many cups have they walked away with in recent years?
Five finals in 6 years, I think.
Yeah, and they're shit.
Yeah.
Ten Hag won 2 trophies and got sacked, by the way. Don't forget. Ten Hag had more. He had better seasons than Arteta. He got sacked.
Yep.
And we're sat here with this clown. We're sat here with this clown because of our processes and attitudes. You can't get the
it's not that. It's not Arteta's fault. It's these young fans who are sexually attracted to him. Processes, projects, PR was like. No, Gianni, you're laughing. It's true though. Like, all these processes. Getting a dog could win. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about that dog?
No club hires a dog. No one can do that. You might as well just call the dog Bottle, because that's what you do. You bottle stuff.
Micah,
sorry.
I'll tell you something, right? And this is where I'm at with it. I said this last week. I don't blame Arteta because let's be honest. And I'll tell you something, and this is why, right? No one on this panel, no one in this chat, no one in this world is going to sack themselves from a £15 million a year job, right?
Is he mad?
Now,
part.
Yeah,
that
right.
part.
So this is where it's for owners, right? I'm a business owner myself, yeah? I've been a business owner for 6 years. You do not go and hire a complete novice to run one of the biggest clubs in the world, Europe, and in England. It just don't make sense. And I will push back on one other thing as well, right? You said we stopped being a big club in 2004. Do you know when it was for me? It was when we was a feeder club. When we was a feeder club for Manchester City and Barcelona. That's when we started becoming a small club.
All right, wait. Can I just touch on? Can I actually just touch on one point with regards to that? You know what? Yeah, are you forgetting? Like, because of the stadium, that is why we were forced to sell. At the
It was
time.
£25 million a year, buddy. And the amount of money the Premier League brings in, we could easily afford that.
Yeah, but are you forgetting? We had to we moved into a stadium. We had to pay off the debt and all that sort of stuff.
But like I said, it was £25 million a year over 25 years.
I'm not saying Hear me out. I'm not saying what Arsenal what happened to Arsenal when they moved stadium was good, because ideally it was not good. And I really feel the downfall of Arsenal happened when David Dean left. That was the worst thing that to happen. That because he was the guy who used to help Wenger get a lot of business over the line. If David Dean had probably stayed at Arsenal, the transition that Arsenal were going through, we probably might not have gone through a long transitional period.
Stadium debt. Sorry.
And also, if Wenger had left if Wenger had left 2007, 2008, I don't know if it would have made much of a big difference. But talking about the present in terms of Arteta, I'll be real, I realized Arteta was not the guy to get Arsenal over the line I think it was after the Bournemouth game this year, earlier in the season.
So
certain things, it changed my mind on certain things. And I just realized, I just sort of got upset
Bro,
with I just got
sorry.
upset and I just felt like the guy refused to buy a striker because the striker was the main position we needed. Forget about all the other positions. Striker should have been the main priority. And I get the fact that we can't get like what's his name? Isak because Isak's not available. Fair
He is
enough.
available.
He is for
hear me out. But hear me out. No. The thing is, Newcastle said he's not for sale. Yeah, and they priced him out. They said
Leverkusen said versus 150 million euros. Liverpool got 130.
I'm saying no one in the Premier League wanted to pay 150 for Isak. When you look at the fact that he's quite injury prone.
He's not injury prone. He's played 35 games back-to-back seasons. He's not injury prone.
Yeah, what do you mean he's not injury prone?
He
gets injured a lot. What are you talking about?
Let me pull up this
He's injury prone, and I'm bearing in mind, yeah. There's other good strikers out there that you can get for lesser of that amount. Like I'm surprised, yeah. Even in January, Arsenal didn't even go and even try and even bid or try and go for Osimhen. Like I'm actually surprised.
He's got an ego, and Arteta can't handle that.
So, hey, bro, I'm Nigerian, by the way. I'm Nigerian. I love my brother Osimhen. I've watched that guy since 2019. Ever since he busted into the Nigerian national team, when he was at Lille, when he was at Napoli, I follow that player quite a lot. I don't think the player has this bad attitude that people try and make him out to be. Say he has bad attitude.
Agreed.
Because I think when I ask people to show me the evidence, no one's able to show me like a proper substantial evidence. Because even it's like the bad attitude, as people claim, is like him storming off the training ground. Like those stuff are normal. Those stuff happen like in sports. And if you make a fuss about that, it just means you've never played a sport at any level. Because I think the reason why people try and say he has a bad attitude is because the only wrong thing that Osimhen as a player has done wrong is gone on social media, which obviously he did like with the Nigerian national team. Only me myself know the full story of what happened. People, non-Nigerians don't know the full story of what happened.
Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying he's got a bad attitude. I'm saying any player who's at that top level and who's good in their position has got that ego about them. And Arteta cannot handle that.
Can handle it.
Handle it. And let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question when you said about Isak's not available. If you put the money down, the player's available, right? Now, how do you feel about Sesko? Would you have him?
I've already said when people ask me about Sesko, I've told them I don't really rate Sesko. Like I don't think he's the ready-made striker. Like a team that have won a league title can take a risk on him. Like a Barcelona, for example, can take a risk on him. And Liverpool, for example, can take a risk on it. A Bayern Munich, for example, can get because they have experienced winners. No, they can. You know why? Because they have experienced winners and experienced players in a lot of positions that can help him. Arsenal.
So why Liverpool not in for him? Why Liverpool not in for him then?
And let me put this point forward.
I'm just saying, like those clubs. I'm just saying as an example, if they can take a risk if they want to. Maybe because Liverpool think that there's better strikers out there than Sesko.
Brother, they took a chance. They took a chance on a false 9 over him. Hold on.
Yes.
The reason why nobody's going in for Sesko is because everybody who actually watches the Bundesliga knows that the guy sucks. Openda, the other striker on Leipzig, scored 24 goals last year, had a 15-goal drop-off to 9 this year, and still outscored Sesko over the last 2 years.
Yeah. I know that.
But that's the reason why. Look, Ferran Torres, Barcelona, if they let Lewandowski walk away this year, if they say, Lewandowski, you're too old, we need to go with the youth, and they said, Ferran Torres, we're going to sell you because we need some extra money, we're going to go get a player. Ferran Torres is a better striker for Arsenal walking in than he is. And Ferran Torres isn't even a true striker, and he's smacked 25 goals this year.
When you look at it, when you actually look at the strikers, I really think, in terms of Leipzig, Arsenal are going for the wrong striker, because I even think like Sesko's not even the best striker at Leipzig. I watch the Bundesliga. Don't because me personally, over the past 2 seasons, like I was watching Leverkusen a lot. I was watching their games. I was watching Nathan Teller. I was watching Verts. I was watching.
Then, brother, watching the Bundesliga, there's at least 5 to 7 strikers better than Sesko.
I do watch the Bundesliga.
I'm saying if you watch the Bundesliga, there's 5 to 7 strikers better than Sesko. You got Schick, you got being Nigerian, Boniface is miles ahead of Sesko.
Yeah, I know
miles ahead of Sesko.
I know that.
Jonathan David.
And Gianni, that comes back to my other point. What I was actually asking him when he said I said, do you want Sesko for 90 million? Do you rate Kai Havertz?
No.
Kai Havertz, I think he should only be kept as a backup. I don't
think he's even good enough for a backup. But let me just anyway.
280,000 a week.
You can't have that as a backup for 280 grand. It's crazy.
The thing is, like, you need to actually be realistic and logical.
Let me land my point, though. Let me land my point.
They got to sell Havertz. They have to sell Havertz. 280,000 a week. You can't be a backup at 280. You got to get sold.
You're gonna have to take a loss if you're selling him. You're gonna have to do that.
That's fine.
Let me just land the point quickly to you. So we're looking at Sesko for 90 million. We've already spent money on Havertz, 60 odd million. Now, all of a sudden, look, there's 150 million on 2 shit players. Now, why don't we go and drop that on the 1 good player? It is actually realistic, isn't it? Because we've already done the money. We're looking to do the 90 million. We've already done the 60 million, 150 million. Same price as Isak. It is realistic. It is doable.
Yeah. Because I actually look at the players that Arsenal need to get rid of on the books and all that sort of stuff. And when I'm looking at the highest paid players at Arsenal, I look at who's the highest paid player who Arsenal needs to get out of the books. Like I know Arsenal need to sort of get maybe Jesus off the books, but
Odegaard needs to go.
Yeah. To be fair, you say it's interesting. You say Odegaard needs to go, but at the same time,
shit.
The market for attacking midfielders isn't the best at the moment.
Are you joking?
Brother, hold on.
That's just my opinion.
Okay, I hear that, but here's the problem.
Sanchez is there. Xavi Simons is there.
I will say played that a little bit in recent years.
Yeah.
But...
Micah, go ahead. You already started naming the same ballers I was going to name. Yeah. And on top of that, Odegaard. Here's the thing that we're lucky about. All these other major teams are buying the same bullshit that we bought, that he was a good player coming from Sociedad and Real Madrid. If that's the case, because of his contract, you could sell Odegaard for 50 million and end up bagging close to 70 million back for him. So get rid of him. Havertz, sell him back to the Bundesliga.
No club's gonna pay 50 million for Odegaard.
Bro, there's several clubs that already said they would pay 50 million for him.
You know what the problem is? It's the wages.
Leverkusen was one of them. Leverkusen was one of them that said that they would buy him.
Yeah. Do you have the accurate sources?
It was what's his name? DiMarzio. No, DiMarzio. No. It was DiMarzio who was talking about there were several clubs in to talk about buying Odegaard. I would listen. Yeah. Calafiori, Havertz, and Odegaard are the top 3 guys you get rid of immediately. No one's going to take Jesus because Jesus is injury prone. That one we're going to have to eat. He's going to have to be let go for free. You'd have to buy him out of the contract.
You can't get rid of Calafiori.
AC Milan to take him on it. We would have to take him as a loss.
You can't do because these young fans, they think he's sexy. That's why. These young fans are attracted to him. So.
Hold on.
I'm sorry as well. Before you say about Calafiori, you're saying that Isak's injury prone, but Calafiori's been out longer than Isak.
Look, because I say Calafiori, I've seen
Calafiori's had knee injuries. Calafiori's had knee injuries as well.
I say with the Isak because like in his first season at Newcastle, he only played 22 league games.
30 games,
bro. But he's getting used to the Premier League. He's getting used to the Premier League. We can't. Here's the thing, man. You can't come from. You can't. The problem with the Premier League is this. It is the fastest and most physical league there is. If somebody gets hurt in their first year, you have to chalk it up as a loss to them getting used to it. Because look, from his first season to what he is now, especially the last two, miles difference from when he first came from Sociedad.
Two things just to go on Gianni's point. Isak, in the last 2 seasons, Isak has played over 40 games in all comps each season.
Yeah.
So that's not injury prone to me. Second thing, what you just said about the most physical, robust league. Valverde for Real Madrid is probably the most robust player in world football. Valverde said every time he plays against an English team, he knows there's 90 miles per hour.
Yep.
He knows he's flying in tackles. That's Valverde, by the way.
Yep.
That's saying that literally. So Isak coming in as a skinny boy from Sociedad, still young, was always going to have that injury in the first season. Haaland had it as well in the first season. They're always going to have it as well. Verse, I won't be surprised if he has a month injury in it as well. But again,
same thing with the change. Same thing with the change. As sad as it was.
Tell me why the champions have signed 3 players and we're not even in mid-June right now. They signed the best number 10 in the world in Florian Wirtz, the best performing left back in the league last year, and a very good right back in Frimpong. And just for your surprise, bro, just for your surprise, I hope you're there when Liverpool sign Isak. I hope you're not out in public crying.
What do you mean when Liverpool signed Isak? Like
That's what's gonna happen this summer.
Newcastle, I'm not gonna sell him.
You work for Newcastle,
brother. If Newcastle gets that 150 million, they're selling.
Because the thing is, like, when you look at the fact that Liverpool are now, when you factor in Liverpool are paying for Masala, the highest paid player.
They've got money, buddy.
Like, but you say that Liverpool have money, like. If I speak to any Liverpool fan, and most Liverpool fans who are just being logical, obviously my dad's a Liverpool fan, and I speak to other Liverpool fans around, most Liverpool fans will say that they don't have money like that. They'll say that. They'll say that apart from this season that FSG have shown it, majority of the time FSG are reluctant to spend money.
2018,
reluctant.
Yeah, but 2018. Look at who they. You're looking at who they signed. I know they spent in 2018, but their net spend is low. The selling of Coutinho is what helped them to buy those Van Dijk.
Yes,
Alisson,
but smart, but brother, smart spending.
And obviously, it's obviously their recruitment. Their recruitment is good. They're good at selling players. It's not like they spend more than Arsenal because they were trying
but
to
you
say
don't
that.
need to. But brother, you don't need to. Brother, you don't need to. You don't need to outspend.
I know that they spend the less out of the big club. They spend the least amount of money.
Liverpool won 9 trophies in 5 years. And they've won 9 trophies in 5 years.
Yeah, it's because of how they're run and the recruitment and the manager.
Correct. And that's what we're saying needs to change at Arsenal, bro. If Arteta
factor that in, people like to dismiss it.
No, that's what all of us are saying is that Arsenal need to change how they run the club because that is exactly the problem. If Arsenal go out and buy Zubamendi right now, if Arsenal end up landing Zubamendi in either Gyökeres or Sesko, Arteta has done a billion euros. At the same time, the Cronkies could have just went and bought Inter Milan as a club with the amount of money that we spent. That is the problem that we're talking about. How are we almost €1 billion in, no trophies on top of it, and our scouting is terrible? And the flip side of that is, what players outside of the homegrown players that Unai Emery had on the team, because Saka and Saliba are Emery guys, outside of them too. Well, Martinelli, yes, but he's not a youth academy player. But outside of the youth academy players, there's no large buyback on any of the players that we have. We're taking losses on every player that we purchased.
Aaron and Gianni, sorry to go. Sorry. I think Rook, what you're really missing here is the fact that, I hate to be so cringy, Liverpool have the Don Dada back in. Michael Edwards is the best in the game. He's the best sporting director and CEO in the game. he would have taken Liverpool to another level. Klopp held Liverpool back. We're giving Milner, Henderson, Matip, all these injury-ridden old players further contracts. That's why Edwards left when Klopp signed Nunes. Edwards is back now, and the plan is literally post-Salah, post-Van Dijk era. Sign Burt, sign Isak, so there's less pressure when Salah leaves. They've got two players they can rely on. Liverpool are sitting on right now Champions League money, Premier League winners' money. They didn't spend anything last year. Mohamed
10
Ashvili was
million.
33 million.
Europa League final money.
Yeah, Keys to 10 million. Mohamed Ashvili 33 million last year. They sold Van der Berg of Carvalho for 50 million. That's 3 million positive net spent. They're sitting on lots of money.
What do you mean?
They sold Keller as well. They sold Keller as well.
What do you mean Europa League final money?
No, I got that wrong. Semi-final. Europa League semi-final money. My bad. That's my bad.
Liverpool didn't get to the Europa League semi-final.
No, that's why I said that's my bad. It's semi-final money. Semi-final. That's my bad.
I think those quotes are about
They spent 200 mil so far this summer. Yeah, spent 200 mil so far. We couped 28 on Trent and Keller. Keller is 18 including adults. That's cool. We know Nunes is going any moment soon, and Elliott is going, and Simicast is going, and Ben Doak. That's another 120, 140. So by the time they recoup all that money, they've started about £50 million net spend. They have money to go from Isak, Ederson, and a centre back. Don't fool yourself, bro, because when we start in August again, and Liverpool have an Isak versus Salah, and you're putting your hands in your head, thinking, "What have my club done again?" You'll be shocked. So I'm just pre-warning you now.
And Micah, if they sign Isak, there's nobody getting close to them because the critique on Liverpool was the fullbacks were the weakest points. They've already fixed that with Frimpong and Kirkes, and now they walk the league. You know, the other problem with Arsenal fans is they're, especially these top gooners, they're talking about, oh, we got to make up 10 points. No, we don't. We have to make up 16, 17 points because Liverpool didn't give a rat's ass at the end of the year because they already won the league. You get Isak. If you get Isak added on top of that team, here let's even say they don't get Isak. Let's give Newcastle the benefit of doubt. At worst, it's 17 points plus the best player in the Bundesliga just got added to their team, who could play. And here's the other thing: Luis Diaz was the striker. That's the elephant in the room that everybody likes to gloss over. Luis Diaz and Gakpo, those two combined for over 30 goals for Liverpool. Now they just added the best player in the Bundesliga, rebuilt the fullbacks. You're talking about we got to act like we got to make up 30 fucking points with this team now.
Well, I'll be honest, yeah. Rook, I'll be honest. My Liverpool friend Owen, so I'm not putting his name out, sorry, yeah. But he said if they sign Isak, the expectation is a Champions League Premier League double. That's the minimum.
Oh no, Isak, you sign Isak, it better be a trouble. It better be a trouble.
With Gakpo Diaz on the bench, because everyone's sleeping on Gakpo. Gakpo missed 2 months. Gakpo missed the PSG games,
and he's a baller. And he missed how many games, and him and Diaz combined still scored over 30 goals. That's the problem with Liverpool. And City's not done yet. The problem with City is everybody forgets City's made over 400 million in just selling their youth academy players. That's not including the placement in the leagues. They've won the leagues how many times? They got the league winning money, they got Champions League money, and they got all the money for selling the youth academy players. The problem is Arsenal's bullshitting. We keep going, and the other thing is for some reason, we've turned out from being a team that knew how to build a squad smartly, buying smart purchases, to trying to become a new Hollywood team. We can't be this Hollywood team, because if we do and it doesn't work, we're going to fuck up our finances, and it's going to cause us to fall even further back than what we already are from Liverpool and Man City.
I'll tell you something. You know what? Like, even with regards to recruitment, I feel like when we were in Europa League, we actually recruited better quality players.
Exactly.
But that's also because we had a better coach. Because we had a better coach.
I get that. Like, we had a better coach. That's obvious. But it feels like even now that we've gotten the Champions League position, it feels like the owners just decided, you know what, they just wanted to just slow down and stop there. I mean,
because that's what they are.
No.
The thing is, if by this season we start poorly and they don't do anything about Arteta, then I want the owners gone as well. I'll be
They're not going
real.
anywhere.
The owners should be gone anyway.
Look, now the thing is, if some of you want the owners gone, then if you're a season ticket holder, cancel your season ticket holder. Don't turn up to the stadium.
So here.
Don't turn up.
So
Don't
this is
turn
an
There'll
up.
always be
interesting.
someone
This
else.
is
It's
Don't turn
London.
up.
It's London. There'll always be tourists going to the games. It'll always sell out.
Yeah, and you remember in the Wenger house when there was less seeds.
Let me just put this to you as well.
Don't turn up then. Don't turn
I
up.
may be the only Arsenal season ticket holder here. I don't know what.
No, I mean, me too.
Yeah.
Big
The
up to
reason
you guys.
I won't cancel mine.
Gianni,
Surely
Gianni,
is because
sorry,
I know what.
I'm not a
quality
season
of
ticket
fan
holder,
will
but I
take
work
my
at
team.
Arsenal
I won't
games.
allow it. I won't allow it.
Just to go off what Gianni said, yeah, I think people are really sleeping on the fact that Gakpo got 19 GA in the league and Diaz got 22 GA in the league. That's going to be Liverpool's 4th and 5th choice next season.
And Micah, I'll tell you something, Micah, right?
That's a big old fucking point.
I'll tell you something, Micah, yeah? We're talking about Isak going to Liverpool. But okay, let's just say that don't happen. What if they go and do the 8 million release clause on Gyökeres? That's still a competent striker. They'll go
Or
and walk that
Osimhen.
league.
Or
Yeah,
Osimhen.
they'll walk the league. For me, I would go for Gyökeres over Osimhen,
I
personally.
think the Nunes money, if they get the Nunes money, I think they smashed it on with Rodrigo and go false line.
If they get Gyökeres in what they've already got, I reckon just cancel the league.
I wouldn't go the false 9 route personally. I'd just go for the all and out striker. I'd go in Gyökeres. That's what I would do.
Anything you're saying anyway is lights out. Liverpool win it for me.
Yeah, of course.
Rodrigo, Isak. I think Liverpool get Isak. I think Gyökeres goes Man U. I think Chelsea get Osimhen, and I think Arsenal get Sesko. That's what I think it is.
But do you know the thing as well? Like when people say, "Oh yeah, but realistic," is that they won't sell this, they won't sell that. I never expected Neymar to leave Barcelona with the Messi, Suarez, and Neymar to go to PSG. But money talks, doesn't it? Look how much they pay for him. Most expensive transfer in the world.
You're going too far. You're
£200
going
million
too far. This time last month, if someone said Verts is going to Liverpool for £130 million, you'll slap you on the street.
Of course.
Well,
they
here's
spent
the other thing.
£160 million. They spent £160 million. They've just agreed a deal. £160 million, and he's coming.
And here's the other thing too, and Aaron knows this because me and him have talked about this. You want to talk about the other part about this, which is the biggest elephant in the room, especially for the top gooners. It is the mentality of the fan base. It is the mentality of the fan base. The problem is this. The fans, it's all about the fucking vibes at the game. And I'm sorry for swearing, but that's my biggest problem with it. Because me as a Napoli fan first, if our owner was doing what the Cronkies did and bullshitting, we'd burn the fucking stadium down. We would burn the Maradona down tomorrow. The problem is 80% of the Arsenal fan base is cool with this because they try to act like, oh, Arteta saved us. The biggest elephant in the room is this. Emery finished 5th. Everybody forgets that year there was a 3-point difference between 3rd and 5th that year when he finished there. And then they say, "Oh, he got us." Do you remember where he took us? Yeah, he's the asshole that took us to 8th. He's the asshole that made us the banter club for those 2 years. It wasn't Emery, it was Arteta. They all like to gloss over that bullshit for whatever reason, but great, good whoop-de-doo. Because now here's the problem. We're this far into June. We haven't purchased shit. We haven't made anything official, which is even dumber. And the fan base says, oh, this is all good. Well, here's the thing, bro. It's been 21 years? 21 years now since we've won a
21
title?
years without Militao,
Why do we have the luxury of continually waiting? Why are all you fans comfortable in saying, oh, it's just this? Brother, we need to win the fucking league. This is the third biggest team. This is the third fucking biggest team in England. We need to win a league. End of discussion. End of discussion. It's been too long since Arsenal's been on top of England. We need to fucking win. And that's the end of the fucking story as far as I'm concerned.
Aaron and Gianni, you two said something. You two said something that I think people, there's a big elephant in the room. Man City are not going for a keeper this year, so that's £60 million saved. I'm not going for Gibbs White, £70 million. Man City still need to do more business, you know. Man City's attack in the Club World Cup I saw today was Haaland, Marmoush, Sharkey, Foden, Doku, Savinho. That's 7 attackers.
And who knows what they're going to get to replace Grealish.
Exactly.
Can I just say two things quickly? One, it would be very quick, Aaron, and you can wrap up whatever you want to do. Right, Gianni, I said this on Views channel the other day, yeah? What big clubs do and what we should have done is after January, you're working through February, March, April. You should be working on targets who you want. You should be going speaking to that club. You should be saying, right, when the transfer, let's crack a deal now. So when when the transfer window's open, we can announce it and it's done. You should have them deals already wrapped up. Not just you shouldn't have one target. You shouldn't have two targets. You should at least have 3 targets, right, for that position. And one thing as well to Micah, sorry.
No.
Now, I don't know who you watch and how often you watch the football YouTube space, right? But all I ever hear is, but we aren't Real Madrid. But we aren't Real Madrid. I'm sure you've heard that as well, right?
That's
now,
Christian AFTV said that we aren't like Real Madrid. That's what he said.
Right, okay. Now, this is what I said last week, and I'll repeat it for you, yeah? Right? When Real Madrid were founded, the year they was founded, they wasn't founded as the world's biggest football club. Okay, they was founded as a football club, and I'll tell you how they become the world's biggest football club. It's because the fans raised the standards. That's how, and that's how they become the biggest club in the world, and that's how they attract all the players because they have a winning mentality, and the fans will accept nothing less than up here.
They booed Carlo Ancelotti out of the building after losing the Super League title for
They smashed Gareth Bale's car up.
Yeah. But look at Carlo Ancelotti is the most winningest manager in their history, and they booed him out of the stadium when he lost the cup final.
Yeah, the most successful manager in history.
That's the standards.
One last thing, sorry. I think ownership-wise, Arsenal are very, very similar with Liverpool. Very, very similar, I'll say. In terms of FSG and the Cronkies and what they believe in, not really investing too much in the team, more about infrastructure. And win is not the main be-on end-all. FSG knew this in 2013 that they didn't really want to spend money. What do? Hire Michael Edwards so that they can save money and get smart recruitment and brilliant recruitment. Why couldn't Cronkies do the same thing? If you don't want to spend too much money, you go get the best sporting director.
Do you know when we'll see Arteta gone?
Because the best sporting director that was available would have demanded too much. Because the best sporting director that's available was Paolo fucking Maldini before AC Milan picked him up. And you saw what he demanded from AC Milan to force them to start spending money, and they sacked him because those owners are in for just a profit and not trying to win. Because if Maldini was at the helm of Arsenal and he had this money, we'd be kicking the shit out of the whole league.
And Gianni, I said when we will see the back end of this manager is when we fall out the Champions League spot and it hurts a Cronky's pocket. That's when we'll see the back end of this manager.
100%. That's it.
And
anyway, this was my YouTube debut. I hope I done well. But
No, you've done well.
No, you've done well.
And the thing is,
Aaron Talks Arsenal is the true MVP for giving us a voice.
Yeah,
out here.
100%, man. Doing God's work out here he is.
And you know what the worst thing is, guys? This year we have Crystal Palace, Tottenham, and Chelsea, 3 London clubs, along with Arsenal women. They have won trophies this year, but what have we won? We have won nada, but we're still stuck here with a process. And we're in phase 6. Like this is like all dressed up by the fan base.
Macy, maybe you're failing to understand is we've got bigger fish to fry.
It's the year of the birds, guys.
And let me Arsenal, Aaron, before you wrap up, I just want to touch this because I've never said this, right? All this phase and all this other shit, right? My club Napoli was bankrupt in 2004. 21 years ago, we went bankrupt. We went all the way to Serie C 2. We went to the 4th division, right? If any club has an excuse for phases, it's us. To build from the 4th division all the way back up to the 1st division in 21 years. And in 21 years, you want to talk about phases, we've won more major trophies than Arsenal in 21 years, coming from the 4th division up to now winning our 2nd Scudetto in 3 years. So all this phase crap, they need to get over all these little punchline words and quotes that they like to fall for Arteta just because they fancy him. That's it. And that's why he is the cancer and why this club is failing at the end of the day.
Can I add on to that as well? Of something that you said. Man, my platform is such a tiny, minuscule little platform. However, I'm extremely honoured, privileged, and very lucky, really, to have fantastic guests like every single one of you come on regularly. And whether you're a regular, whether it's your first time in regular, whatever, that's what it's all about for me. I promise you, that's what started me doing this YouTube thing. And the very fact that I've been able to meet a Gianni and meet a James and meet an Aaron Jugger Benito. What a great name, by the way. Aaron, of course. You know what I mean? What we doing here? Come on. And he spells it right. Come on.
And big up Micah for his first time.
Quaja, we've got Quaja. We've got Micah, who's been fantastic the first time. We've got Macy, who's here every single week. That's what it's all about, man. Like, so yeah, it's not about me giving the platform. I'm a no one. I'm just a someone that's just has a platform, lucky enough to be able to host all of you wonderful motherfuckers. That's what it's all about. And thankfully, you know, even still at 10 past 2, we've got 187. We had 190. We've been fluctuating between 200 people still listening to every single bit that we're saying, and that is unbelievable. That's phenomenal. I will wrap it there on that, guys. Let me just say a big again thank you to Macy, the legend, Quaja, the superstar, Gianni, the geezer, James, the absolute superstar, man. We've got the WWE belt on, man. What a champion. Aaron, Jugger Benito, what a fucking fridge freezer. And Micah for a fantastic first audition. Hopefully it's not the last time, my friend. All of you are always welcome here on this platform. That's what
Arteta out, top gooners out.
Top gooners out.
Exactly right.
All of them out. All of them out.